system's rigged, man, it's time to break free. Eyes wide open, gotta see what I see. Standing on the front lines, fighting for the truth. Lift the veil of lies, it's time to be the proof. Take a stand, don't you back down. Raise your voice, let's shake the town. We're the voices that won't be ignored. Breaking chains, yeah, we're ready for war. With the power of the people, we'll make them see a world of justice, united and free. United and free. United and free. Marching with a purpose, we're taking it higher. Fighting through the struggle, igniting the fire. No more silence, we'll make the noise loud. Together in this battle, standing strong and proud. Injustice fades when courage aligns. Rise up together, break the confines. We're the voices that won't be ignored. Breaking chains, yeah, we're ready for war. With the power of the people, we'll make them see a world of justice, united and free. United and free. United and free. So rise up now, it's our time to shine. Together we'll write a new paradigm. You paradigm, you paradigm. Whoa, whoa. We're the voices that won't be ignored. Breaking chains, yeah, we're ready for war. With the power of the people, we'll make them see a world of justice, united and free. United and free. Rise up now, it's our time to shine. United and free. We'll write a new paradigm, new paradigm. United and free. United and free. United and free.
Good morning.
Good morning, Judge.
Yes, sir.
Just a housekeeping matter. We talked about this in the status conference. There's a camera request for a person in our office. I've shown it to all three defense counsel. Nobody has any objection to it. It was just never signed. And before he started with his camera, I wanted to make sure I had brought that to your Honor's attention.
Okay. It'll be allowed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, Your Honor.
Good morning.
Now, Kenneth,
Yes, sir.
thank you. Your Honor, I sent an email last night
I received it and read it.
thank you, Your Honor, outlining our motion to limit the scope of the prosecution's opening statement, specifically to preclude the following information argument from being presented during their opening statement. The issues we addressed yesterday, the first one, references to reckless disregard for human life as a misstatement of law. Murder requires an extreme reckless disregard for human life.
So now you're going to read what you emailed me and what you just handed me?
For the record, Your Honor.
Well, the record is your filing. You filed it, so it's in the record. We talked about this yesterday. You filed it, a brief, and now you're reading to me what you filed.
I have not filed a motion on the motion to preclude or limit the scope of the prosecution's testimony. I have not
Well, that's
done
what
that.
you emailed it last night. Do you intend to file it?
I have marked it as defense exhibit number 17, and of course, Your Honor has reviewed everything.
Yes, sir. I'm saying that if you have, when you file, you prepare a motion of whatever sort, you file the motion, and then then come and then read to me what you filed. You say, in order to make a record is made when you file it.
I have to disagree, Your Honor.
Well,
That's an appellate lawyer, I have to disagree.
Well, you disagree, but I'm the judge and that's my ruling. I don't need you to read verbatim something that you have filed because it's a part of the record. It's a waste of time. You submitted it, I read it, you filed it.
Respectfully, this hasn't been filed with the clerk's office.
Do you intend to file it?
We can't, yes, Your Honor.
Well, I thought you said it was Exhibit 17 or something.
An exhibit's not, I'm not, again, not trying to belabor over the words, but what's marked as an exhibit is not the same as being filed with the clerk's office. We have this very issue in another high-profile case in Columbia about the filing of things and things that is known to a judge. I'm making sure that the appellate record is clear, and I haven't made a motion to limit the scope of the prosecution's opening. Based on Your Honor's position, if I have specific rulings on these matters, then it'll be addressed.
Proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Well, since Your Honor is aware and has reviewed the document that was sent, my position is, I understand Your Honor doesn't want me to rehash the arguments. I just need specific rulings on the four matters raised, four issues raised.
All right. What says the state?
You sent us home last night, Your Honor, you asked the question whether or not there was any evidence that there were any case law talking about drug use at the time of the crime and whether or not that was relevant. I'll hand you three cases, State v. Dickerson, State v. Adams, and State v. Gilchrist, all of which it says yes. And in fact, in all three of these cases, what they talk about are the drug use at the time of the crime. And what they all say is that not only is it admissible under 404B, but it's also admissible under res gesta. And all because of the same point that kind of goes through every bit of argument that we've made so far, which is it's all about the state of mind of the defendants in this case. Implied malice, everything from the initial argument by the defense that we had to add some language to clarify things like this, everything goes back to the state of mind of the defendants. And in each one of these cases, it says drug use at the time of the crime is exactly that. It goes to state of mind. It's not propensity evidence, and it's admissible. They even actually cite one case in there that talks about marijuana use at the time of the crime. Now, this is obviously methamphetamines. It's much more serious drug than marijuana. But even in that case, they talk about the use of the marijuana is relevant. You've got cocaine, you've got crack use in an armed robbery, you've got cocaine use for a murder in which the person bludgeoned the person so much that the cocaine was even used in that. So all of these cases say the same thing, that this is admissible evidence. It's actually not about trying to, as the defense would say, well, you're trying to argue that they did something in the past. They were high the day this happened. And that's particularly relevant when you're talking about why did they do what they did. And the defense is going to argue, unless I'm missing it, that it was an accident. Well, that's exactly what 404B is for, to prove, in fact, that it's not an accident. If it's a pattern of conduct. It's the same with Brittany Honeycutt's testimony. It's the same with Lindsay Lewis's testimony. All they talk about, this is how she acts on a regular basis. All of that is state of mind. All of that goes to why they did what they did. Unless I'm missing it, I assume the defense is going to argue this was just an accident, and we're arguing it's much more than that. As they argued earlier, it's extreme indifference to the safety and lives of others. And that extreme indifference is just in the child abuse case that I handed up to you last night, talks about it's admissible not just under 404B, but under res gesta as well. Those are two of the main issues. I don't really plan on going into a whole lot of other stuff about the legal stuff. I usually leave that to the judge until we get to closing and you talk to us about your charge. So I don't plan on going into that. But as far as those two issues, you asked for specific law on that. I gave that to you. And I would also say this finally. As far as an opening statement is concerned, we always make opening statements where there's going to be objections down the line. And we still make those opening statements. And I recognize that if I tell the jury something that doesn't come in, then they can make a motion for a mistrial. So I'm not going to be very foolish about that. But I know the stuff that we have. I know it's going to get admitted into evidence. And I ought to be able to do an opening statement that's not handcuffed to what they want to set me to say, which apparently is just to introduce myself and sit down. Thank you.
Mr. Phillips.
Yes, Your Honor. You didn't address the statement of law. I'd be happy to start there, I can address the one.
Well, I thought he was going to respond to your issues you raised in your,
Well, the first
Your
issue,
foot.
the first issue was whether it's a statement of law.
sir.
I apologize, Your Honor. Go ahead.
I thought he was going to respond to the issues you raised in your 2:30 a.m. email that you said you were going to file and make a part of the record. That's what we were talking about. The solicitors responded, not specifically to the five things that you raised, and I thought he was. But go ahead.
Again, just to outline from before, the first issue is we believe the correct statement of law, based on the case law, is that murder requires an extreme reckless disregard for human life as a possible inference of malice. The second is references of drug use and toxicology. That has not been deemed admissible, as I argued under 404B, when a prior bad act has not resulted in a conviction, and it must be proved by clear and convincing evidence. And then, again, State v. Fletcher sets out the standard for that. And then when we look at kind of the backdrop under State v. Gore with the testimony from Brittany Honeycutt and Ms. Lewis, that when you have testimony that is very similar, it enhances and highlights the prejudice to the defendant. And none of this evidence has been deemed admissible. I've objected to it. And so if Your Honor says it's coming in, then I think they have the ability to argue it. But until that point, I think as far as effective assistance of counsel, I have to know where the boundaries are, or at least try to limit the boundaries for what I believe to be inadmissible evidence. I understand the prosecution's position about I can move for a mistrial later, at a later point. However, again, as the appellate court, I know that motions for mistrial are rarely reversed on appeal. It's a manifest necessity standard. Very rare for a case to get overturned on appeal on a mistrial. And so I'm trying to ensure Ms. Pangalangan's right to a fair trial. And so that's why I have these motions. The other issue that wasn't addressed was the deferred ruling that Your Honor had on our motion to suppress the untimely and prejudicial disclosure of evidence. And that will be any references to the workings of the key fob or how the car operated, whether the keys lock in the car. And so that ruling was referred as well. So we have those four issues that, again, in my position, to ensure her right to a fair trial, I just need to know the boundaries for where the prosecutor, because if I don't know, then I have to object. I'd rather not object during the opening, and then that turns into the situation we're in.
Well, I'll say that as to each party, I don't know how you would expect to convince the jury if you have no respect for the jurors' time. Before we left yesterday, I inquired as to whether there's anything else that needs to be addressed before opening statements in order to determine the most opportune time to have the jury come in. And each side says, no, there's nothing. We're ready for the jury and opening statements at 9:30. That's my primary discuss at the moment. And I hope that pattern doesn't continue throughout the trial. Certainly you have an opportunity to argue and put on the record whatever it is you have, but when you represent to the court that you have nothing, and then at 2:30 a.m. You submit a barrage of things that delays the opening, it's unfair to the jury and shows a lack of respect for the court and the jury, in my view.
And respectfully, Your Honor.
You disagree?
No, my point is I wouldn't raise it if at the moment I had thought about it, I would. As the drive home, I started thinking about what I needed to do as far as the opening, and then it came. Obviously, we could have argued it yesterday. But again, respectfully, for the jury's time, Ms. Pangalangan is facing life in prison.
I understand the penalty, and you don't need to repeat your again. The response by first, Mr. Lloyd.
Your Honor, only with the exception of the loud/propensity/race gestile, those that don't think we have an issue, that applies to us. I would join in counsel's motions just twice, on the same basis.
Yes, sir.
Be specific about his motion that he filed, and before, I don't plan on going into the key five things. I recognize that you held that under advisement.
And I grant that motion of the defense.
Thank you, sir. Number two of the three cases I handed you, I brought yesterday, which my understanding was when we left yesterday, your instruction for us to go do that research, so that's what I did. And interestingly, that applies to not only 2, but also to 3, and I do plan on going into the nephews, the other stuff as far as the extreme recklessness. I do not plan on going into a great deal about the law in this case, as I said earlier. So I apologize. I thought I could address those. But again, it's an opening statement. I think we need to get to the opening statement and do them. And it's not unusual at all that you do opening statements with evidentiary and with skill opinion.
With regard to the motion to preclude the solicitor from misstating the law regarding the question of whether extreme recklessness is required for malice, based on the case that worked to conclude that reckless homicide is not a lesser included offense of murder, I deny the motion to limit the opening statements. The opening statements, and quite frankly, whether the word reckless is used or extreme reckless is used, it's not an instruction of law to the jury, and I would expect that the solicitor would not misstate the law. If there is an attempt to misstate the law, then an objection should be made. I'm not into dictating words the state or the defense should use. Regarding the drug use and toxicology, I find that is admissible testimony based on it occurring during the race geste. It's admissible to give the jury a complete picture of things that were going on according to the state's theory. Part of the race geste also it shows could show the state of mind of the defendants. To the extent that, well, first it's relevant, and to the extent that it may be prejudicial, I find that the probative value outweighs any danger of unfair prejudice due to the state's burden of proof, and weighing both things is admissible, whether or not the state can establish that by clear and convincing evidence under Rule 403, 404. I can only judge things based on the statements that were received and submitted by the solicitor yesterday of Ms. Honeycutt and the other young lady, and I find that that prior conduct is likewise admissible as part of the race geste. As it relates to matters that occurred the week before the death of the child. There are obviously some contents of the statement that speak of incidences occurring at a more remote period of time, and we'll address those issues during the course of the testimony. The parties are welcome to proffer testimony, if you want to give the court more to go on, but as far as what I've had, reviewed, and received at this time, I find that the motion for number one regarding the solicitor's opening, the motion is denied. Regarding references to drug use and toxicology results, the motion is denied. With regard to the babysitter and Lindsay Lewis, I assume she's the one who, let's see. Statement of Lindsay Lewis is admissible, all as part of the res geste, and to show any lack of accident or state of mind of the accused. I grant the motion to exclude expert testimony regarding the key fob.
Thank you, Your Honor. And so I won't have to object during opening. Can I get confirmation that the issue's reserved? I'd rather not do that, out of fairness to the prosecutor.
Can you get what? Confirmation of what?
That the ruling is final, so I don't have to object during this opening statement, out of respect.
Preliminary rulings are preliminary rulings. You object when you say, I am not precluding anyone from objecting as you might see fit to object.
Yes, Your Honor.
That's throughout the trial. Anything further before the jury comes in?
Not from the state, Your Honor. No, Your Honor, thank you. No, Your Honor.
All right, you'll bring the jury. Enough. Thank you. Yes, sir, that'd be good. I thought I had some, but this is from yesterday. Good morning. All right, welcome back. Ladies and gentlemen, if you all will stand to be sworn. Yes.
Raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that you shall well and truly try and true deliverance make between the state of South Carolina and the accused at the bar, and the true verdict give according to the evidence and the law, so help you God? It's on the same, you will.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, you received a summons, I imagine, 2-3 weeks, a month or so ago, informing you that you had to report for jury duty here on yesterday. And you all responded to that summons by showing up yesterday. Then we went through a process called jury qualifications process, and each of you were qualified or are qualified to serve on jury duty. Then we went through a voir dire process where we asked each of you whether or not there's any reason why you cannot serve on the jury and give each side a fair and impartial trial, and all of you indicated that you could be fair and impartial. You were then selected by the state and the defense to be the jury in this case. Now you've just taken an oath, and the oath is to well and duly try this case and to render a true verdict according to the law and according to the evidence, so help you God. Now that's the oath you just took. And if you hold firm to that oath, then at the end of the process you will have fulfilled your duty on the jury, and no one will have any right to complain of a verdict that you render. And so we look forward to working with you in this case and to having you fulfill your responsibility as jurors. Now, the defendants in this case have been charged with murder, causing great bodily injury on a child, and criminal conspiracy. As to each of those charges, each defendant has pled not guilty, and they are presumed to be not guilty, and they cannot be found guilty unless the state presents evidence that convinces each of you of their guilt beyond a reasonable doubt. And that is the purpose of the trial. Now you will, at the end of the process, be asked to go back and to deliberate and to reach a verdict of guilty or not guilty on each charge in each indictment as to each defendant. And in order to be in a position to go back and to deliberate, you must receive the evidence, you must listen to the evidence, you must pay attention to the evidence, and the evidence generally comes from testimony that will take place with this witness stand, together with any exhibits which has been made a part of the record. Exhibits might include photographs or various drawings or something other than testimony. So you will listen to the testimony, and you receive any other evidence, and you will evaluate that evidence, and out of all the folks who were summoned to come here for jury duty, and you know it's a lot of people, out of all the people who were summoned to appear for jury duty, out of all the people who live here in Colleton County, out of all the people who live in the state of South Carolina, in fact, out of all the people who live in the United States, even the world, only the 12 of you who deliberate can decide whether the defendant or defendants are guilty or not guilty. So you play a very critical and important role in the court process. We'll make sure that you remain as fresh and focused as possible by taking breaks as is necessary. If at any time you need a break for some special reason, get my attention and you have a break. as I said to you earlier, or yesterday, that once you're selected on the jury, you cannot discuss the case with anyone. You can't talk with your fellow jurors about it. You can't talk with any family members about it. You can't talk with anyone who works here in a courthouse about it. You can't talk with anybody about the facts of this case until you have received all of the evidence. And as I said, out of all the people who've been summoned, only you can decide the facts of this case. Now, just as only you can decide the facts of the case as the presiding judge, I am the sole judge of the law, and you must accept as correct the law as I stated to you at this time, during the trial, and in greater detail at the end of the trial. Each party is represented by counsel, and certainly the lawyers play a very important and critical role in the process. But remember, what a lawyer says is not evidence. The evidence is the testimony and exhibits, and they certainly will argue their positions to you and play their critical role in dealing with witnesses who testify. Later in the process, I will appoint one of you to serve as the foreperson of the jury, and the foreperson will then act as the spokesperson for the jury, and the foreperson will have the responsibility, in addition to serving as a spokesperson for the jury and communicating with me as is necessary. The foreperson will preside over the jury deliberations and complete the verdict form at the end of the process, and that verdict must be unanimous. Look forward to working with you on this case, and we will proceed now with opening statements, first by the state. Yes, sir.
A very hot August the 5th of 2019. These two people over here, Larry King and Rita Pangalangan, put a child in the back of a car and left it there for 5 hours and 41 minutes. So it was a hot day. At 11:15, when this all started, the heat index was already 89 degrees. It would get close to 100 by the time they ever got that child out of the car. And that was outside the car. That was out air temperature outside. Inside the cabin of the car, we reach a minimum of 118 degrees with a heat index of 135. So what happens when you put a child in the backseat of the car and leave them there for 5 hours and 41 minutes? They cook to death. They are tortured and they are cooked to death. The child's internal temperature, when checked by the coroner, is 109.9 degrees. And that's what we know, because the thermometer doesn't go any higher than that. The child's brain gave up. The organs shut down. She had blisters all over her body, and she died in the back seat of that car. She died, the technical way, the scientific answer to that was hypothermia. You'll hear expert testimony telling you that the child died of hypothermia, but that's not why you're here. Because she didn't actually die of hypothermia. She died because those two people there treated that little girl like baggage. They didn't forget her. They didn't put her in the car and forget her. They put her in the car because to them, she was baggage. You see, the little girl wasn't like every other 13-year-old girl. She suffered from cerebral palsy. She couldn't walk. She couldn't talk. Her hands barely worked. She could not reach the car door to open it to free herself. She couldn't even scream for help. Not that they would have cared. She was totally dependent on other people for her safety. The other thing about her, again, not like a normal 13-year-old teenager, she couldn't be shipped off to go with her friends to the mall or something when Rita and Larry wanted to be along, or they wanted to do the things they were interested in. She had to be taken care of. She had to be watched and cared for. Or she had to be put somewhere out of the way. And on August the 5th, 2019, that place was the backseat of the car in direct sunlight. And what were they doing? They were high on meth.
Objection, Your Honor. Prior motion.
Objection's overruled.
Not only were they high on meth, they were standing right in the car. They were swinging on the swing. They were hugging. They were kissing, all of which you'll see. And they would go inside the house and stay there for hours. They would come out. We would smoke cigarettes. They would hug and they would kiss. And go back in the house. All the time, the child was literally cooking to death in the car. She was to them baggage. And they needed to get her out of the way so they could do what they needed to do. The decisions we all make every day, most of us have choices. Most of us have the ability to make decisions, how we act, what we do. And those choices have consequences. Rita Pangalangan chose to put that child in that car. She chose to focus her attention on Larry, to talk to him, to kiss him, to hug him, to go inside with him. She chose to do meth. Larry, same thing. He chose to put the child in the car. And I say put, that's gracious. You'll watch it on the video and see how he puts that child in the car. Just like he would a suitcase. And he chose to spend his time outside the car and inside the house with Rita and hugging and kissing. And on meth. Those are choices that they made, and those choices have consequences. The only person in this case that didn't have a choice was Cristina. She had no choice. She was totally dependent on somebody else for her safety. And they didn't care. That's what this case is about. Now, my job is to prove to you this case beyond a reasonable doubt. What I told you. If I don't do that, your job is to come back here and find me not guilty. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to ask you after you hear the testimony, after you see the video of the case, after you see what happens with this child, to come back here and give us a verdict that speaks the truth. That this child died not because of any other reason. Sorry.
You have a matter of law at the appropriate time for that.
The objection is sustained as to the solicitor's reference to speak the truth, and you're to disregard that reference.
When this is over, I'm going to ask you to come back and give us a verdict that says this child died. This she was forgotten. Because they didn't care.
Mr. Loy?
Thank you, Your Honor.
Yes, sir.
No 14 votes have been selected in this case. Now, here's your votes. In the case, which I'll tell you now, is both one of the easiest cases you could have been made, and in the second breath, one of the hardest. It's one of the easiest cases because, as you'll hear, probably several cases throughout the course of this trial, you as jurors are what we call the finders of the facts, or the judges of the facts. And during the course of the trial, as you're job, your primary duty during the course of the trial, to determine what the facts are. His Honor is referred to as the judge of the law. At the appropriate time, he will tell you what the law is, he will find the facts that you figure out. That part's not going to be hard. Okay? Y'all will come to an agreement as far as factually the sequence of actions that took place. That part may be hard. It'll be easy. On the other hand, y'all got to take for a really hard case. Because this child did expire. She died roughly by the manner of death that the solicitor described. And it's hard to listen to. It's hard to know. You've probably seen a newspaper article or a news story sometime about this happening in the past, if it has happened in the past. And it's a lot easier if you can turn the page and change the channel. Because it's real bad. And there's no way to show the very out there. Just listening to it is going to be hard. Secondly, the other part of your duty that's going to be hard is you are required to keep an open mind throughout this entire proceeding. That is, you don't keep a score. Here's a point, there's a point, there's a point, here's a point. You listen to the testimony as it comes in. You look at any exhibits or evidence that is introduced, and you file away and you get the complete picture. And at the end of the case, when the judge has given you the law and told you to take it back, and he's giving you the indictment, he's put the case in your lap, and he says, go on back to the jury room and deliver it. That's when you begin to decide what's appropriate. Until then, you just don't have the rules to do it. The rules die out, the rules flaw, the rules of the game. So you're required to keep an open mind. And I can see sometimes that's hard because it may have been hard to keep an open mind just having heard that dramatic statement. And that was dramatic. But you got to put that aside, watch it all, and once the judge gives the case to you, you apply the law, and you decide your verdict. Now, in this case, the facts are going to substantially not be in dispute, I don't believe. In fact, the evidence in this case will show you that Mr. King and Ms. Pangalangan had in the past, several years ago, been involved in a relationship, a romantic relationship. It didn't work out, they split up. And maybe a month, 5 weeks, a month, before this tragedy occurred, they had gotten back together. They had reunited. And that, ladies and gentlemen, is one of the worst decisions that Mr. King ever made at this land. They got back together. They didn't live together. It wasn't like that. She had a house on the other side of town. He had his place. But they were dating, and they continued their relationship. And on this particular evening, the night before this child died, Miss Pangalangan and her child had spent the night at this house. And in the morning, Mr. King, he had reason to believe that Miss Pangalangan had been unfaithful or messed around with another guy or something like that during the time that they had gotten back together. And he confronted her on that, and they went back and forth a little bit. She said, yes, this happened. And at that point, he told her, now, he's not raping any of that stuff, but he said, yes, it happened. He said, y'all got to go. I can't deal with this right now. I'll talk to you later. Y'all have to go. And they went back and forth a little bit this time. And I said, okay. But I can't carry Cristina, as you've heard, but that I can't carry her. My back is hurt. I've got a kidney issue. And Larry said, I'll carry her. And I didn't, well, you will have a chance to view this videotape. And what the videotape will show you is that Mr. King came out of the door, cradling this child in his arms, completely appropriately, completely properly. Nothing abusive or disrespectful about it, nothing rude or wrong. He carried this child, and he's not fighting with Miss Pangalangan. He's looking at him look angry, mean, malicious, or hateful toward this child. He carries the child to the car, appropriately, into the seat there. The back door's open. When he gets there, he has to turn the child, so she goes in feet first and not hip first. And he does that. He turns her in his arms. And he places her in the car. And he backs up, and this mom, go over and do what you need to do to prepare the child to travel. Put the seatbelt on, do what she does, and you can see mom in the back. Mom steps away and closes. At this point, Mr. King's out of the picture. The child's out of his house, he's in Mom's car, the door's closed, he's asking to leave, y'all are on your own. She's not his child. She's not his adopted child. He doesn't pay for her, he doesn't bathe her, wash her, he doesn't feed her, he's not financially responsible for her. Mom's child was put her in the car and said, y'all need to go. Miss Pangalangan turns around. The video, the solicitor records, doesn't have audio, but it's pretty easy to follow the conversation that ensues. And y'all will see that Miss Pangalangan is pleading the case. I'm sorry, can we get past this? And Larry is telling her, you need to go. And they go back and forth for a while. Now, the car's running. Larry has every reason to believe the air conditioning's on. The child is in the custody of her mother, who is raised her at this point. And Mom's got this child. He turns and he walks into his house, and Mom walks behind. Sometime later, Mom comes out, goes to the car, looks like she opens the back door, perhaps checks on the child, thinks they're okay. Gets in the front seat momentarily, gets back out, comes out another time, it's 2 times, checks on the child, goes back in the house, and after approximately 2 hours after the child is left the home, the 2 of them come out, and the tape is obvious. They can't get in the car. The car's locked, it's running, it's locked. Now whether the key fob is in the car, or lost under the bed in the house, or the dog running off with it, it really doesn't make any difference. It's obvious they're trying to get into the car. Now, Mr. King at this point, he's a volunteer. He's trying to help. I mean, there's a legal obligation here for that. But he says he goes to the shed and he gets a wedge and he tries to go through the window and get the car door open. He can't get it open. He can't get it open. He offers. Well, can I break a window? Just bust out a window and that'll do it. It doesn't seem like an emergency at this point. This case, he's going to run open the car. Can I just bust out the window? Mom says, no, it'd be cheaper for us to just run to my house, and I'll pick up the other key fob and we'll come out. It's okay. And again, sure he doesn't. He got his feelings hurt earlier, but he's trying to help. And they get in the car and drive Mom over to her house. She gets the key fob and they come back. And you watch the video again, and there's a little bit of issue. They've had trouble getting in the car. They do get the car door open, and Mom opens the door, and they find that the child is deceased. There's 2 things that the state has to do every time they call an indictment to trial in order to win. If they do those two things, they win every time. If they fail on either one of those 2 things, they lose every time. First, they have to prove that the crime alleged in the indictment, the charging date, that you'll have in the degree, the crime alleged in the indictment happened. They always have to prove the crime. I can't prove the crime happened. They sure can't prove anyone else. If it's a robbery case, they have to prove somebody got robbed. If it's stealing a car, they have to prove a car got stolen. They have to prove that the crime was. And secondly, they have to prove that the defendant, the person charged, is the one who committed the crime. In this case, Mr. King, I'm only concerned with Mr. King. Ms. Pangalangan has her own attorney, her own defenses. She's not on my plate. I'm not here to shoot at her or to defend her. I'm here on Mr. King's behalf. And he has 3 indictments. He has an indictment for murder. Murder is a very specific crime. It's a very specific term of art. And the judge will instruct you on what it means at the close of this case. But when you apply the law as the judge instructs it to you, to the facts that you have found, it will be substantially as I have described. You will find that at least as relates to Mr. King, there is no grounds, there is no basis, there is no way that he is guilty of murder. It's just not there. It can prove the crime of murder. It's whatever happened there as relates to Mr. King is not murder. It's a tragedy. It's a heartbreaker. It doesn't make it. Secondly, he has the crime of causing great bodily injury to a child. And as you watch this video, you'll see that what he does is bring this child out of the house, place the child in the back seat of the car, relinquish any control, custody, claim, obligation, or right to this child to her mother, and step away and say, don't know. And there's nothing about his involvement when he carries this child, handles this child, puts this child in the car, that's any way going to injure her. Further, you'll hear under the law, the statute doesn't even really apply to anybody. They're not the ones that do it. Last, there's an indictment for conspiracy. And you'll have that indictment with you in your lawsuit. And I will tell you now, I will tell you unapologetically, that indictment is a garbage indictment. It's the last straw. It's to throw it in there and see what happens. There's nothing to this. Read this indictment. It says the two of them conspired to do something. It doesn't say what. I don't believe for a minute the solicitors can have the audacity at the close of this case to get up and tell you that Mr. King conspired with someone to murder this child. Conspiracy means two people come together with a plan to commit a criminal act or accomplish some criminal intent, that they got together and said, how will we kill this child?
Objection. Not all conspiracy.
The judge will instruct you. See?
Yeah, the judge, I will instruct you as to the law. You may proceed.
The judge will instruct you as to the law. So, they may have conspired to murder this child. They may have gotten together for some wicked plan. How can we hurt this child? Or conceivably, it could be a conspiracy to cover up what happened after they discovered that the child was deceased. They might be in trouble. And in support of that, the state's probably going to show you that when the law enforcement was called, when they responded, Mr. King was as honest, as helpful, as straightforward as he could be. He told them what happened. He said, we were in the yard, I put her in the car, I thought the air conditioning was running, everything seemed okay, Mom went back outside. 2 hours went by, oh my God, I can't believe this. Miss Pangalangan's story did not align with that. Her presentation was something different. And if you hear those, it is obvious they're not together on this. They are miles apart. Most of what you need to know about Mr. King's evil heart, desire to hurt someone in difference to life would be revealed to you when you listen to a 911 call that day. Because he's heartbroken and any allegation he's been different, mean, malicious, falls in the face of that recording itself. If I've talked too long, I'm sorry. It's pretty important day. And if nothing else, please try to honor both and keep an open mind until the end of this case and decide when the judge is. Okay? If you do that, even though I know it's hard, and I know that people have a tendency to prejudge, if you don't do that, then this goes to what a lot of us would call a sacred proceeding. That is, that you are called to judge your fellow man into something more of a farce. And don't let that happen. Thank you.
Mr. Phillips.
As a father of 2 girls and a baby boy, I know a parent's worst nightmare is the loss of their child. That death is unimaginable. This case, what happened that day, is an absolute tragedy. Let me say that again. What happened that day was an absolute tragedy. We know and accept mistakes were made, that things should have been done differently. There's a lot see and hear that invoke raw emotion. Raw emotion. And you swore before God to ensure that you hold the government to that burden. To prove that this case was murder. This case is about a lot of things, but it's not murder. All the evidence from which you make a decision has to come directly from that witness stand. When you took that sworn oath, if after you heard the government's opening, you felt like you kind of it made your mind up, you violated that oath. Now, I'm not saying that to attack you. I'm saying that because we haven't heard any evidence yet. And you have a chance to take a step back and do this the right way, the way you swore an oath to do. To listen to what actually occurred. We wouldn't be here if the government wasn't seeking to convict Rita of murder. She's not guilty of murder. We accept responsibility. Mistakes were made. She should have done things differently. In having that ability, it is her living nightmare. Wake up in the morning and go to bed, and that's all she thinks about. Is what she could have done differently. If anybody's made a mistake, and they've had that opportunity where they think 1,000 times in their head, I should have done this, I should have done that, I should have broke the window, I should have been more urgent, I shouldn't have left her in the car. She owns this. It's on her soul. This is not a murder case. This is not a murder case. It's a lot of things. One that she'll have to pay for. She'll have to pay a price. There's right. There are consequences for your action, but it's not murder. I don't want to minimize that. We're not going to make any excuses in this trial for what happened. Like I said, it's going to invoke raw emotion. It invokes raw emotion from me. Nobody's going to downplay that. Now, again, the government has to try to show that she's guilty of murder beyond a reasonable doubt. Now, how? Well, you can ask yourself, why do we believe she's not guilty of murder? Well, I contend, and certainly you can ask yourself this, if the government believes she was guilty of murder, why 3 years later do they charge her with great bodily injury or infliction of great bodily injury to a child? If they believe she was truly guilty of murder, why hedge the bet? Why charge her with something else? They were solely based on that. And I contend there is zero evidence of a conspiracy. Zero. Absolutely none. This case is on video. It's a surveillance cam from Mr. King's residence. There's no smoke and mirrors here. It's all there for you to see. All there for you to evaluate. We're not running from it. And the only reason you're here is because they want a conviction of murder, and that's not what happened. Period. And in this case, again, you will have to deal with very difficult things. You'll have to make difficult decisions. But you have sworn to set aside that emotion. I know it won't be easy. But again, you've got to make your decision based on the actual evidence presented and not on the grave emotion of what pulls up in you when you watch the video, because it does hurt. Nobody's going to deny that. The person who knows it hurts the most is Rita. Rita has 2 adult daughters. Rita served this community as a teacher for 25 years. She was Teacher of the Year twice. She has a master's degree. She's highly educated. You're going to hear them say that she should have known better. She should have. We own it. 100%. But it's not her. Again, this is an absolute tragedy. No denying it. The don't compound that tragedy by giving in to what the government wants. Solicitor's office, again, in these high-profile cases, you have the cameras, the lights, when they're seeking conviction for murder. This case is not murder. When you hear all the evidence, we are going to be confident when we come in closing to come before you and say, find Rita Pangalangan not guilty of murder. Because that is justice in this case. Justice will come for Rita. It's not murder. Thank you.
State calls Helen Godley to the stand.
Let's stand and stretch for just a moment. Make sure you all stay fresh. Everybody, let's stand for a moment. Okay.
State your name again for the record. Spell your last name.
My name is Hallie Godley. My last name is spelled Godley.
Okay, Agent Godley, if you could tell the jury your name, please, and what you did.
My name is Special Agent Hallie Godley, and I work for SLED Narcotics currently.
How long have you been with SLED?
Going on 5.5 years.
I know we call it SLED, but what's the full title of the State Law Enforcement Division?
Correct.
Okay, so you've been with them for how long?
About 5.5 years.
Okay. What, in your capacity with SLED, what do you do?
I investigate narcotic cases.
Prior to this, back in 2019, what did you do?
I was with SLED at the time,
And what specifically were your job duties there?
a narcotics investigator.
How did you get involved in this case as a narcotics investigator?
I was returning from a training class in Jasper County that day, so I was traveling back northbound on 95, and when this call came out over the Colleton County Dispatch radio channel, I was at exit 42 on 95, and this incident location was right down the road from where I was at. And when the call came out as a 12-year-old locked in a car, unresponsive, my first thought was, at the time, my daughter was 6, and she knew how to get out of a locked car. So
Objection, Your Honor. That's not relevant. Her daughter's ability to get
Objections overruled.
So it immediately sounded suspicious to me.
Let me stop you there just briefly. As you were mentioning 95, I want to give the jury some idea about what we're talking about. Your Honor, this is State's Exhibit 7. If we've already shown this to the defense.
Any objections to it being admitted? It's admitted.
Your Honor, I'll prove this off, and if this gets in anybody's way, I'll... All right, let me show you. This is State's Exhibit number 7. Can you identify that for us?
Yes, sir. That's an aerial map of, it looks like Colleton County,
Okay.
with
I'm sorry, go ahead.
2 addresses identified.
All right. Now, on this map, if you could just give us, can you still see it?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Give us some idea about the proximity of this. This is first of all, is all of this in Colleton County?
Yes, sir.
All right. And so you are traveling, I believe, on Interstate 95 at the time?
Correct.
Give me, if you could, the addresses on that and tell me about this area, please.
Yes.
As long as you keep your voice up.
Okay. So this top right address is 1867 Academy Road, in Walterboro, South Carolina. I'm familiar with this address being the home address of Rita Pangalangan.
Okay. And the lower address?
The lower address is 11685 Low Country Highway in Ruffin, South Carolina, and that is the incident location for this investigation.
All right, so that is where you responded to?
Correct.
When you arrived on the scene at, let me make sure I get this exactly right, the 11685 Low Country Highway, could you describe what you find once you get there?
Initially, as I was responding, initially I passed the residence, and as I passed it, I saw two legs sticking up out of the tall grass in the yard. And in my mind, it reminded me immediately of at the time, my daughter had the life size Anna and Elsa dolls.
Just tell me what you saw. Just speak up.
So as I returned back to the yard and got out of my vehicle, I saw Cristina on the ground, face down in the tall grass, and Larry walking around the front yard.
All right, and you say Larry, who are you talking about?
The individual in the button-up shirt, light blue or white, dark brown beard, with glasses and bald head.
And you know his full name?
Larry King.
And Your Honor, the record, she identified the defendant, Larry King.
It does.
Whereas in Larry King, what is he doing when you get there?
He's walking around, and I believe he was still on the phone with 911.
Did you see Rita Pangalangan?
Not initially.
So tell me when you walk up on the scene, exactly what do you see?
I see Cristina laying in the tall grass, face down, Larry walking around in the front yard, and the front door of the residence was open.
Let me show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 5. Ask if you could identify this, please.
Yes, sir. This is a accurate depiction of the scene when I arrived with the Volkswagen parked in the front yard and myself in.
That's fair and accurate depiction of how the scene looked when you arrived.
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, this time we move State's Exhibit number 5 into evidence. Your Honor, we're going to publish this. This is here in the hard copy. We'll publish it on the...
It is, puts the court at a great disadvantage to rule on the admissibility of evidence not seen by the court. Do you have copies of these exhibits,
Yes, sir.
including you showed her something and had it admitted, and I can't see it. Do you all have copies of the exhibits? We can get copies later, but I would like to have copies of exhibits offered.
Copies of the first two, State's Exhibit 7 and State's Exhibit 5.
And number 5 is admitted, as well as number 7 has already been admitted.
Tell me what this is depicting. This is State's Exhibit 5 up on the monitor.
This is right when I got on scene that day.
So is this you in the blue shirt?
Yes, sir.
Is that a blue shirt, by the way?
It is.
Okay. And who is that standing beside you?
Larry King.
And where is Cristina the child?
She would have been off the rear driver's side bumper of the car.
All right, so you can't see her. She's on the other side.
Correct.
And again, where is Rita Pangalangan at this point?
Inside the residence.
Your Honor, we need a matter of law. Also for Mr. King.
Ladies and gentlemen, we'll have you go to the jury room for a break. Please do not discuss the case.
we know that it's not a final ruling. I think the state seeks to admit all 4 photographs into evidence at this time. And so renewing our prior pretrial objection to those photographs with those arguments under Rule 403, going through the case laws, we cited even, the new case that recently came out from our Supreme Court on August 9th, Nelson. Specifically, Your Honor, again, I'm not going to rehash. I know we went through that thoroughly in the argument pre-trial, but we renewed that objection. Need to hash that out.
Mr. Lord.
Likewise, Your Honor, even under Nelson, what they have described in that case, as well as the training of the law, to suppress the pictures which don't make any issue of contention, more or less like this, just not probative. We have conceded what the solicitor said. This child was in the car, it got so hot, she basically baked to death. She was pulled out. The pictures don't demonstrate that any more than the words themselves do. Plus, these pictures have other prejudicial effect. And that this is a disabled child, and that's not the fault of either one of the defendants, but they are even more pathetic or emotional, and that the child was emaciated. The child is wearing a diaper. And those have nothing to do with this, and they don't make it any more or less likely that there was malice involved. The actions are pretty much what we had conceded they were. The state said this happened. We said this happened. What do these prove? And what do they go to show that is being contested? And I believe the answer is nothing.
I don't believe that was the answer. Let me hand you, Your Honor, first of all, the 4 photographs. Those are, and obviously I will still need to authenticate those from the witness. Nelson was an autopsy case, Your Honor. These are not autopsy pictures. These are crime scene pictures, which is why I handed you Upstate versus Kelsey yesterday. But even under the analysis of autopsy pictures, specifically the Supreme Court has routinely said that if photographs are probative, if they tend to shed light on any issue, if they corroborate testimony, if they are enable the jury to better understand testimony, including showing the condition of the victim's bodies, the probable type or location of the injuries, the position in which the bodies were discovered. Again, these are discovered as Agent Gallo testified. This is right after this event has taken place. In fact, Larry King is still on the phone with 911 when it happens. This is also, you will see for the 5 hours and 41 minutes that the child is in the car, both Larry King and Rita Pangalangan approach that car at various times and actually look in the window. So at some point they're seeing exactly what this is and these blisters and the things that you're seeing. What's also, I think, important, and she just testified to this, at least part of it, is that when she gets there, the child is laying by herself in the grass. Rita Pangalangan, the mother, is nowhere near. And that's exactly how they found the child, and that was the condition that child was in throughout the entire event.
All right. Exhibits number 2 and 4 are admitted over objection as they depict the scene at the time the officer arrived and is being used to further describe her testimony, and that the pictures are not of such a nature that the prejudice exceeds the probative value. With regard to number 1 and number 3, what do these pictures purport to show? That is of significance.
This is how on Stacy's Exhibit 3. These are that's actually the same photograph. This is the bottom half, and this is the full body shot. Again, not only is it how the child was found, you can see the blisters that were on the child's body.
You can see it on both photographs, or can
Yes,
you?
you can.
So they show the same injuries.
They do. The only difference is you can see the child's face, which I believe that both King and Pangalangan would have been able to see if they looked in the car. And there's no way for me to tell you, other than to tell you on the video, they are looking in the car at various times, sometimes to look at, supposedly looking to see how they get the car unlocked. But there are various times in the video in which they're looking in. This is what they would see with that child. And Your Honor,
And I'll get back to you. I'm talking to the solicitor.
yes, sir.
And the tag on the feet of the child.
That is, they had to put the, I think the coroner put the tag on that.
Was this at the scene or at a different location?
No, it's at the scene. It's right there. Yes, sir. And I think you can see the grass around it, although they had to, they got a sheet to try to cover the body.
All right, Ms. Phillips.
Thank you, Your Honor. Based on Your Honor's ruling to admit the two photographs as...
I haven't excluded the other two.
That's right. And
yes,
so that's where I'm going.
All right.
Based on Your Honor's decision to admit those two, our argument would be, again, that there's nothing that testimony can provide that's not already contained within those two photographs that would be highlighted by those. That is not how she was found at the scene. Has the coroner's tag, has the sheet behind her. One's obviously an enhanced photograph with the injuries. These photos are nothing more to inflame the passions and prejudice of the jury, to have them make a decision based on an improper basis, not the evidence themselves. And Your Honor has decided to admit those two photographs. With that, to me, those additional two photographs, the probative value would be substantially outweighed by its prejudicial effect.
Mr. Loy.
Your Honor, I don't believe that those photographs show anything that's not, can't be described by a witness on the stand adequately, and it's not adequately shown in the pictures that are there. I would note that on, in Nelson on page 3, the part that's in the density, they do what we do. And the Supreme Court seems to think it's important, where in the opening statement, counsel said, we agree the victim was brutally murdered. We agree she had at least 90 wounds to her body. We agree with the prosecutor about the cause of her death. We agree about where she was killed. We agree in general what the murder weapon was. And we agree that these people were there. We're in the same, and the Supreme Court seems to think that's an important point, because they quote it, they admit it, and then they go further and say, we agree with that, and we think that negates a lot of the necessity to bring this in, and it just makes it inflammatory. At this point, I think it's also cumulative, inflammatory as well as cumulative. If the state want around, I don't think they need this one too.
Last word, Mr. Solicitor.
Testimony, again, everything in here goes to the state of mind of these two people. These two people were able to see that child in the car when they looked in the car, and that's what they saw. And that's one area that makes it particularly, I think, important.
If I could, there's no foundation.
Last word, Mr. Go ahead, sir.
The windows are tinted. There's no one testified you can go through that car with doors closed and see what's in it, so there's no foundation based on that.
All right, these two photographs, 1 and 3, are admitted over objection. They show the bruising on the child and further shows the condition at the time of the discovery of the child. They're admitted over objection.
Thank you.
And we'll take 5 minutes and we'll proceed. You may step down for a few minutes. Solicitor, regarding these exhibits, I typically like to get copies of the exhibits before they're being offered, not as they're being offered, because I don't want to stop the testimony to look at the exhibits, to evaluate it if I have them. You all have them. I assume you've shared a lot of them with the defense. And you don't have to do it now, but you have some time to make photocopies of them. I don't need the color copies, just I want to be able to follow things.
I did at the break.
All right.
So here is the list we have so far up through 12, and we marked on the very back of the exhibit.
All right, thank you.
Yes, sir.
All right, let's bring the jury. In addition to the fact that I can't see, I'm surprised you said you could see it.
If I lean forward, I can.
You may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Ladies and gentlemen, let me hand you what has been marked as State's Exhibit 2, 3, 4, and 1. First of all, let me just ask if you recognize those photographs.
Yes, sir.
Are those fair and accurate depictions of the scene as you saw them that day?
Yes, sir.
At this time, Your Honor, we move State's Exhibit 1, 2, 3, and 4 into evidence.
They're admitted over objection.
Thank you. I'll first call your attention to the monitor, Your Honor. I've got these marked, but I also have them on the monitor. Let me go first to State's Exhibit 2. I think I have that so everybody can see. Tell me what this photograph is depicting.
This is what I saw when I got on scene, as far as where Cristina was. Also the vehicle, the Volkswagen was parked just as it is there.
Now, when you say Cristina, did you know her? Or did you just learn her name later, or did you know her name?
I knew of her previously.
Okay, so you knew her name. So when you...
Pardon?
Objection.
Basis for the objection.
There's no foundation for that, and it's highly critical.
Objection is overruled.
Thank you. So when you say Cristina, you know that's who that is?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Let me go now to State's Exhibit 4. Tell me what's depicted in that.
Again, it's another picture of Cristina laying in the overgrown grass.
State's Exhibit 1. Is that a fair and accurate depiction as you saw it that day?
It is.
Tell me what that depicts.
Also, Christina's body after it had been rolled over.
And then State's Exhibit 3. Tell us what those are.
Blisters on her skin, which is showing down to her raw skin.
Let me go back, if I could, to State's Exhibit 2. Now, where are you when you walk up on this scene? And I know we had a photograph earlier that we put in for the overall scene as you were walking up. Where are you standing at this part?
As I walk onto the scene,
Yes.
it would have been in the direction of the jury box.
And where is Larry King?
To the left,
And where is Rita Pangalangan?
inside the residence.
At some point then, did you go and get Rita Pangalangan out of the house?
I did.
And where was she when you went in?
She was just beyond the living room, pacing around inside the house.
Did you bring her outside?
I did.
Did she tell you what happened?
She did.
What did she say? Or excuse me, did she tell you? What did she tell you happened?
She told me that she put Cristina in the car, went back inside to get cigarettes, and when she came back, the doors were locked
The doors were locked. What?
on the vehicle that Cristina was in.
Let me ask you one other thing too. When you got to the scene, what was it like outside? What was the temperature?
I don't know the exact temperature, but it was extremely hot. It was August in South Carolina.
The car itself, I think we have that in State's Exhibit. Let me see if I can see this one. State's Exhibit 5. Put that up on the monitor. Where is the car located as to any type of shade, anything like that?
It was not in any type of shade. When I arrived on scene, it was in the open sun exposure.
I don't have any further questions. Answer any questions.
Yes, sir. Hallie Godley?
Godwin?
Yes, sir.
Agent Godwin?
Yes, sir.
Agent Godwin, did you also have the opportunity to speak with Mr. King on
I-
the scene that day?
I did.
And how would you describe his emotional state when you spoke with him?
He seemed a little panicked.
He seemed upset?
I took it more as a panic, more so than an upset.
Was he still on the phone with 911 when you spoke with him?
Yes, sir.
So there's a recording of what was taking place that we can listen to some other time. I suppose 911 calls are generally recorded. You know that in your work, right?
Yes, sir.
Did you ask him what had happened?
I don't recall. Yes, sir.
Phillips?
Thank you. Agent Godley, you said when you arrived, Rita was inside.
Yes, sir.
Were you aware that Rita's the one who got her out of the car?
At that time, no, sir.
But you do know that to be true.
Correct.
Right. And as far as that point,
you weren't there after she gets her out of the car, and you didn't observe the way she acted after finding the body, is that?
That's correct.
No further questions, Your Honor.
That's all this time, Your Honor. State call Charles Jones.
You may step down.
Raise your right hand, left hand on the Bible. Do you affirm the testimony about the book report in this trial shall be the truth, so help you God? Take a seat in the witness stand. State your name again for the record. Spell your last name.
Charles Jones, Jones.
Mr. Jones, what do you do, sir?
I'm a firefighter paramedic for Pangalangan County Fire Rescue.
And how long have you been a firefighter paramedic? Is that, by the way, is that a combined job?
Yes.
Okay. So how long have you been at that job?
This November I'm at 6 years, I believe.
Now, when you, as a paramedic, what does that, I know there's some tiers of emergency medicine. What is how does the paramedic rank?
You have your EMT basic, your advanced EMT, and then your paramedic.
And so as a paramedic, can you assess whether or not somebody is alive, dead,
Yes.
and you have some equipment and things like this that you
Yes.
use? You were called to 685 Wood Country Highway on August the 5th, 2019, were you not?
Yes.
Tell me what you found when you got there.
The child laying prone with her legs kind of extended a little bit, a few feet from the rear passenger or rear driver's side of the vehicle on the ground. Didn't appear to be breathing or have a pulse.
I'm sorry, I didn't understand.
Didn't appear to be breathing or have a pulse.
Did you check for any of that?
Yes, we applied the cardiac monitor, which showed what's called an assistable rhythm, which means there's no heartbeat at that time.
All right, so when you apply cardiac, how do you do that?
We apply 4 leads on the person's body.
Are these the little white things?
Yes, yes,
So did you apply those 4 leads on
Yes.
Christina's body?
yes,
And did you check that with the monitor?
yes.
And what were the results of that?
It showed the assistable rhythm, which is no electric activity or heartbeat,
So what does that mean?
that the party's deceased.
No further questions this time. No, Your Honor. No question.
All right, thank you, sir.
Thank you.
State called Scott Shake.
Raise your right hand, left hand on the Bible. Do you affirm the testimony about the report shall be the truth, so help you God?
Yes, ma'am.
Take a seat in the witness stand. State your name again for the record. Spell your last name.
Yes, ma'am. Todd Shank, Schenk.
Mr. Shake, what do you do, sir?
I'm a crime scene investigator for the South Carolina Law Enforcement Division.
And how long have you been doing that?
Crime scene investigator.
Sorry. I've been doing crime scene investigations for almost 10 years now.
And all that time with SLED, with the State Law Enforcement Division?
Yes, sir.
And so in your capacity as a crime scene investigator, what do you do?
So our job at SLED is to respond and give forensics expertise to our counterparts at the local, county, or municipality level. So we show up, we'll document their crime scenes with photos, collect evidence, give any kind of scientific help we can in the forensics field to our local counterparts.
All right, so you are collecting evidence, but at the scene you're collecting it through the case?
We are, yes.
Let me first go to State's Exhibit 8. believe I marked it on the back of that copy of the state's exhibit. This is the crime scene sketch. All right. Let me show you what's been marked as state's exhibit 8. Is this your crime scene diagram?
It is.
Right. And this is the one you prepared after responding to this scene?
Yes.
This time, Your Honor, we move state's exhibit 8 into evidence.
It's admitted without objection.
And I know it's difficult for Your Honor to see this copy, but I'll use it off this. If you would show the jury, can you see it from there? I'm trying to find a place I can locate it where it don't block the defense counsel. Can you see it from there?
Yes, sir, I can.
All right. Can you explain to the jury what that is, please?
Yes, sir. So this is the residence at 11685 Low Country Highway. The residence right here is, may I step down?
Yes, sir.
So this box right here is the actual residence itself. This would be the front door. This next box is just the porch, the very basic version of it with the columns. This is the Jetta, Volkswagen Jetta that parked out front. The victim was located here. There was a small sidewalk, and then this was the blue Chevy pickup truck that was out front. The main road would be down here.
And so that corresponds actually with, this corresponds basically with State's Exhibit 5. Is that correct? And that's already been admitted into evidence?
Yes, sir, it does.
As you are, if you go through this, did you, in this scene, not only did you do this graph, did you also inventory the car, the automobile?
We did search it and go through it. Yes, sir, we did.
And as you inventory the car, do you ever move things around? Do you record it, photograph it? How do you, I guess, document the scene, so to speak?
So first thing is photographs are our biggest documentation tool. My partner in this instance documented the scene with our photographs. We take overall mid-range and close-up photographs to establish where things are in the scene. I'll also handwrite notes. We'll take measurements. So there's multiple ways in which we document a crime scene, but photos being the number one.
Let me show you one other exhibit too. This is State's Exhibit 6. I do not believe I had a copy on that one. This is just an aerial view of this. Let me show you on State's Exhibit 6. This is a fair and accurate depiction of how the car was located on that day.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Your Honor, this time we move State's Exhibit 6 into evidence.
It's admitted.
Okay, let's try to, can you show that on the screen? All right. And that is where the car was located. That's sort of an aerial view of basically of your crime scene chart.
Yes, sir.
Okay. All right. let me show you first what's been marked as State's Exhibit number 9, State's Exhibit number 10, 11, and 12. First, if you could tell me, can you identify those photographs?
Yes, sir, I can.
And are those fair and accurate depictions of how the back seat of that car looked when you and your team inventoried it?
Yes.
And those are fair and accurate depictions of what's in that bag and as the bag being opened the whole bit?
Yes.
Okay. At this time, Your Honor, we move State's Exhibit 9, 10, 11, and 12 into evidence.
Subject to ruling under objection to 4.43.
Okay, they're admitted over objection of,
Thank you, Your Honor. Let me first show you on the monitor State's Exhibit number 9. Now, can you describe for us what that is? I know it's might be kind of hard to see from here. Can you see it well?
Yes, sir, I
enough?
can.
Okay, if you could describe for the jury what that is.
So this is looking in the rear passenger door of the Jetta. So the front passenger is the seat on the top right of the photo. This would be the, go ahead, sorry.
And I'm going to stop you there. This bright spot right here, what is that?
That is the open door on the driver's side of the back.
All right, and so that is in the same condition as the crime scene that we showed earlier, which is State's Exhibit 5 with the doors open.
Yes, sir, it is.
Okay, so you're now on the other side of this car, which would be, go back to the file, please. Back over here.
Correct.
Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. All right. If you go back to State's Exhibit 9. All right, so in that back seat, tell us what that is.
So there's a blue duffel bag, some kind of gym bag sitting on the rear passenger seat. There was a pink sippy cup in the middle of the car, or the middle of the seat, and then some other items down there on the floorboards.
And the bag, is that in the condition that you saw it when you got there?
It is.
Let me go to State's Exhibit 10. Describe what that is, please.
That is a 9mm handgun that had 2 different barrels on it.
And that was in the top of that bag.
It was.
The hand on the left, is that one of your team members or your team?
That's my photographer spreading the bag so you can see the handgun.
And then let me show you State's Exhibit number 11. Tell us what that is.
That's showing that there are 2 cartridges in each, or a cartridge in each chamber of the handgun.
Okay, when you say cartridge, what do you mean?
It's the unfired bullet. So the bullet,
It's loaded.
it's loaded, yes.
And then finally, let me show you State's Exhibit 12. What's that?
That was a Tupperware full of cigarettes in the bag.
And that's all in the back seat of the car?
Correct.
I may approach her and hand this
Yes.
up. All right, let me show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 29. And I'll hand these at you, and I'll just ask you to hold on to them for right now, please. 30, 31, 32, 25, 26, 27, and 28. Are those fair and accurate depictions of what is shown in those photographs?
It is.
And what are those?
These are tubes of blood that I collected via chain of custody from the Colleton County Sheriff's Office.
Okay. And what did you do with the, and before you get into that, these other tubes, tubes of blood would be referenced in 27 and 28. What about these other photographs?
These are photographs showing the container and how I sealed them and submitted them into the lab.
Okay. At this time, Your Honor, we introduce these photographs into evidence, State's Exhibit 29, 30, 31, 32, 25, 26, 27, and 28.
Can you repeat that, please?
I rejected their introduction at this time. I do not believe the foundation has been taken.
Phillips?
Prior objections.
They will be marked for ID purposes at this time.
Okay. So let me ask you, first of all, when you took the blood, what did you do with it? First of all, the blood vials, where are the blood vials coming from?
I believe it was Investigator Kelly Paget, or investigator with the Colleton County Sheriff's Office.
Okay, from the Sheriff's Office.
Correct.
Okay. Did you get all of the blood vials from her?
I did.
All right, when you received those blood vials concerning, and I think we've got, read that. Do you know where the blood came from?
It came from our two suspects.
Larry King and Rita Pangalangan?
Yes, sir.
And these blood vials, what did you do with them once you received them?
So once I get them, I transport them back to Columbia to the forensics lab. I seal them in a heat seal pouch, log them in, and submit them so they can be disseminated.
So you actually put them in the best evidence bag that sled?
The heat seal, yes, sir, I did.
Okay. How did you receive? Did you receive them as is depicted in, I guess it's State's Exhibit 27?
Yes, sir. I got them in it was a sandwich bag or some kind of Ziploc bag from the hospital.
And these numbers on there, what do those numbers indicate?
That's the lab number, item number, and my initials.
And so that's your initials there?
Correct.
And then this other paperwork on what I just referred to as the best evidence bags. This is what you actually produced. Is that correct?
It is.
And what's the purpose of those? And specifically, that is in State's Exhibit number 30 and State's Exhibit number 29.
They're
What's the purpose of that?
tamper-evident bags where it's a plastic bag that we use a heat sealer to seal the top and we initial and date the seal. And that just shows that if someone were to try to access that evidence, they would have to destroy the seal to get to it. So it's a way of sealing it.
So your taking of the blood, did you change or alter the blood of either Rita Pangalangan or Larry King in any way?
No, sir.
Your process was as a chain of custody, which takes it from one person to another?
Yes.
And in that process, you put them in these best evidence bags, which are indicated in these photographs?
Yes.
Did you change or alter what was inside of that in any way, shape, or form?
No.
And the writing on State's Exhibit 25, 26, actually 31 as well, 29, 30, and 27, all that writing on there indicated on that is stuff that you did, you prepared.
I did.
As a part of the chain of custody.
I did.
Okay. And again, you did not alter it or change it in any way?
No.
Your Honor, this time we move those exhibits into evidence.
I can rule on each individually if you prefer.
Subject to the prior objections, okay?
Excuse me.
Related to toxic.
Number 25 is admitted. Number 26 is admitted. Number 27 is for ID purposes only at this time, as well as 28. 29 is admitted. 30 is admitted. 31 and 32 are for ID purposes only at this time.
So for ID purpose only, 27, 32, 31, is that correct? And 28, I think, is also ID.
27, 28, 31, and 32 are for ID purposes only at this time.
let me go to State's Exhibit 30, please. Okay, and this is the best evidence bag you were describing?
It's our a heat seal pouch, yes, sir.
All right, again, what is the purpose of that?
This is a plastic bag that we heat seal the top, and it is a tamper-evident bag where if someone were to rip it open or try to gain access to the evidence, it would be readily visible. So it's just a way of protecting the evidence as it's transported throughout the lab.
And the handwriting on that is yours?
It is.
Go to State's Exhibit 29. Again, what is that?
This is the this is the item 4 heat seal pouch. And at the top, you can see where I've initialed and dated the seal, and you can see the crease in the plastic.
Now, the yellow sticker, what is that?
That is our barcode system. That's how we can electronically transfer evidence throughout the lab. So it's an electronic chain of custody.
And then State's Exhibit 26.
This is item 6, heat seal pouch.
And State's Exhibit 25.
This is showing the initials and date on the actual seal where I sealed it on item 6.
And the purpose of you sealing it at that point, once you seal it, what do you do with it?
I then submit it to our evidence process or our evidence control, who will then disseminate it throughout the lab to where it needs to go.
Okay. In your lab, and we talked about you being a crime scene investigator. Tell me about what type of lab you talk about when you say lab.
It's a forensics the South Carolina Law Enforcement Forensic Services Laboratory. So we do everything from crime scene to firearms, latent prints, DNA, trace, tox, any forensic evidence, any kind of forensic science that we need to do, we do.
And so when you say tox, what do you mean?
Our toxicology department, they can look at blood, and it's best for a tox to tell you exactly what they do. But we have scientists that work in the building and can work in their discipline.
Okay, and so all of these items here, you took that to the lab and turned it over to them, is that correct?
I did.
And again, did you change or alter it in any way before you did that?
No.
Thank you, Your Honor. Any further questions at this time?
By the defense.
I've got no questions for you, Shane. Thank you. No further questions.
Thank you.
Thanks, sir.
Statement of Lindsay Lewis at stand. Your Honor, of course, this is subject to fire.
Yes, sir.
Raise your right hand. Left hand on the Bible. Do you affirm the testimony about to give before in this trial shall be the truth, so help you God? If they can see them with the same, say your name again for the record. Spell your last name.
Lindsay Lewis. Lewis.
All right, let's get you to pull the microphone close to you, please, ma'am. All right, and go ahead and tell the jury your name again
Lindsay
and last name.
Lewis. Lewis.
Okay, and where do you live, Ms. Lewis?
St. George now.
How long have you lived in St. George?
About a year.
Where did you live prior to that?
Walterboro.
And how long did you live in Walterboro?
Wow, a while.
How old are you now?
I am 22.
Let me ask you to go back to August the 2nd, 2019. How old were you on August the 2nd, 2019?
18.
Did you know Rita Pangalangan?
Yes, sir.
And how did you know her?
She was my child development teacher.
And what school was that?
Colleton.
Now, on August the 2nd, did you have a reason to go to Rita Pangalangan's home?
Yes, sir.
And what was that reason?
To meet to go over her daughter Christina's routine, about her everyday living and all that stuff, taking care of
Why
her.
did you do that?
Because I was going to be watching Cristina. I was supposed to watch Cristina.
Did you have any particular interest in this? How did this come about?
Because I was going to be a nurse, so they thought it would be best for me to, kind of get the hang of her routine and all that. It might help me out, so I agreed, and that's when I
When you
went.
say they, who are you talking about?
Rita, and I think she spoke to my mother about it.
And so, did you go over to Rita's house for the purpose of learning how to take care of Cristina?
Yes, sir.
It's a copy for your honor. Let me show you a picture of, State's Exhibit 13. First, I asked if you could identify that. Is that a fair and accurate depiction of how Christine looked?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
And that was when you knew her when you were 18, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And again, that is we're talking about August the 2nd, 2019.
Yes, sir.
At this point, Your Honor, we're moving into State's Exhibit 13.
No objection, Your Honor. No objection.
It's admitted.
Appreciate it if you could go to State's Exhibit 13. All right, now, as you knew Christine, first of all, tell me about her. She appears to be in a wheelchair. When
Yes,
you
sir.
were dealing with her at the house, tell me about her. Could she walk?
No, sir.
How did she get around?
She would crawl or on her knees, or either on her hands, kind of like a baby.
I apologize. I didn't interrupt you. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
Kind of like a baby, sort of.
Okay. And her hands, especially on the right, it looks like, can she fully grasp things?
No, sir.
What about her ability to talk? Was she verbal?
No, sir. She would babble maybe, but she couldn't speak full words like we can.
And tell me, from the standpoint, it looks like she's actually smiling in that picture. Could she show emotion?
Yes, sir.
And this is, and you went over there on August the 2nd to learn how to take care of her.
Yes, sir. Pretty much.
What was involved in that, in taking care of Christina?
She has to get certain baths, and you have to change her, and stuff like that.
When you say
Feed
change
her.
her, when you change her, what do you mean?
Like her diaper, I guess you say pamper or whatever you want to call it.
On August the 5th, there's actually a photograph of her in a diaper. Is that the condition she was always in?
Mm-hmm.
And I need to say yes or no?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And so you had to change your diaper. What type of food did you give her?
I was told to give her Ensure nutrition drinks.
Anything else other than that?
No, not at the time.
All right, so you go over there on the 2nd with the idea of learning how to take care of her. What happens after that? About what time do you get there, by the way?
I believe it was about noon. Noon, 1 o'clock maybe.
All right, so what happens after that?
Well, I just got there and we went over the routine pretty much, and then Rita asked me if I would watch Cristina while she went on a date with Larry.
Was that Larry King?
Yes, sir, her boyfriend. As of my
What time did
understanding.
she ask you to go, if you would watch her?
What time?
Yes, in other words, you got there about noon, you went through the care. About what time did she ask if you'd watch her?
I believe it was like around 5, 6 o'clock.
Okay. And did you?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And tell me about that. She left the house, I'm assuming, sometime around that afternoon?
Yes, sir. I would say about like around 5, 6 o'clock. That afternoon, she left.
Was anybody
And
else there to take care of Cristina?
no, sir.
It was just you?
Mhm.
Had you taken care of Cristina before?
No, sir.
This was on what day?
The second.
August the 2nd.
Yes, sir.
What day was that?
A Friday.
Did you see Rita Pangalangan again?
Not until Sunday afternoon.
After she went on a date with Larry, did she say, I'm gone and I'll be back Monday or anything like that?
She said that she texted me later that night to check on Cristina. I would say about 9:30, 10 o'clock. And then she said she would be back the next morning on Saturday to go grocery shopping and stuff like that, but she never came. And
Were there groceries in the house?
no, sir.
Just the insured drinks?
And I think there was a pitcher of Kool-Aid in there, maybe in the fridge.
Right? So did she come back the next day?
No,
That would be,
sir.
I guess, the
Saturday.
Saturday, correct?
Saturday.
Did she come back Saturday?
No, sir.
Did she call in?
No, sir.
Were you able to get in touch with her?
Through Facebook, I think it was.
I'm sorry?
Through Facebook, I think it was.
Did you talk to her again, Rita, after that?
After Saturday?
Yes.
Not until Sunday, when she said that she would be, that Larry would drive her back to the house because she did not know how to drive his truck, and that he got sick with food poisoning, so that's why she was gone taking care of him.
At any point in time, did she call to ask if it was okay if you took care of the child?
No, sir.
Didn't hear from her after she called to check in Friday night?
No, sir.
Did you ever, by the way, did you see Larry later on?
Later on, when?
That next day?
On Saturday? No, sir.
Sunday?
Sunday? No, sir. I know he was out there. I could hear music or something. I know somebody was out there. And I'm guessing it was him dropping her off.
Yes. I would throw it. My real question was, did you ever find out if he was actually sick?
Sick? No.
No way.
No, sir. I did not find out if he was actually sick.
Okay. And then, when did you, in fact, see Rita again?
Again, when? Oh, that would be Sunday.
Sunday, about what time was that?
Then the afternoon. I would say 5, 6 o'clock maybe.
Tell me also, did you also put the child to bed? Did you also put Cristina to bed?
Yes, sir.
Did you see anything unusual?
Yes, sir, I did.
What was that?
I came later to find out it was bed bugs.
Objection, Your Honor. 401, 403, 404. All previously given to Your Honor in both defense and already argued.
Right.
All that was in the statement and all of that is already discussed. Argued.
I overrule the objection.
Thank you. Please answer any questions the defense has. Thank you.
Where are you going, ma'am?
Oh, I didn't know.
Pardon?
Sorry, I didn't know what he was saying.
Good morning.
Good morning.
You knew Cristina from before, correct?
Yes, in the classroom.
Right. Rita would bring Cristina to the classroom.
Yes, sir.
And when they're in the classroom, they were having fun. You had fun in the classroom.
I guess so, yeah.
Everybody seemed safe in the classroom.
Yeah.
There was no
Yes, sir.
concerns when she would bring Cristina with her to school.
No, sir, I'm not sure.
And she taught you, Rita did,
Yeah, for a little period of time.
and you felt comfortable enough with her as your teacher that you wanted to help, potentially from becoming a nurse, to help take care of the child.
Yes, at the time.
And were you aware that through her condition with, as far as the pediatrician, that she had a choking hazard, that she had to drink Pediasure or pureed food? Did you know that?
That she had a choking hazard?
In other words, she couldn't eat whole food.
No, I did not know that at the time. I was just told she was supposed to drink Insures
And there were boxes of those in the home.
in the pantry.
Right, there were plenty of those.
Yeah, there's a few.
At that point, Rita texted you to say that she was checking in, but you said you didn't hear back from her.
At what point?
Did you call anyone about that?
Call anyone?
Yes.
You said?
Did you call anyone about not hearing from Rita?
No. Did I call anyone about not hearing from her? No.
And why is that?
I just figured she'd be back. I mean,
Because you felt comfortable. You had control of the situation.
at the time,
You did, didn't you?
I was a little confused, but yeah, I mean,
And you were taking good care of Christina?
yeah.
No further questions, Your Honor.
Just one very briefly. Did Rita tell you, by the way, that she couldn't be given solid foods because she choked to death?
She did not tell me that. All she told me was not to give her insures. That's what she told me.
Nothing else, Your Honor.
Anything further?
Thank you.
State House,
Let's have a witness on the stand.
Your Honor, I guess before we go down that road, I guess we can do that. I'll have.
Do you have any additional questions of this witness?
No, Your Honor.
All right, you may step down.
Okay, thank you.
State House, Brittany Honeycutt.
Raise your right hand, left hand on the Bible. You affirm the testimony about the word before in this trial shall be the truth, so help you God. You can see the liberty stand. State your name again for the record. Spell your last name, please.
My name is Brittany Honeycutt, Honeycutt, Honeycutt.
Miss Honeycutt, where do you live, ma'am?
I live in Link City, Texas.
And what do you do?
I am in administration for Chevron,
How long have you been doing that?
a couple months.
Let me ask you to go back now to August and a few months prior to that, in 2019. Did you know Rita Pangalangan?
I did not know her personally. I met her through an ex-boyfriend.
Okay. And so, did you have an occasion to come in contact with her on a regular basis?
After I moved in, yes.
All right. But tell me about moving in.
When I moved in, the agreement was I would pay some rent.
All right. Let me back
Oh,
up just a second.
sorry.
So, who are you moving in with?
Oh, it was me and my two kids
Okay. And who are you moving you and your two kids in?
into Rita Pangalangan's house on Academy Road.
And that's Academy Road?
Yes, I think so, yeah.
All right, great. So, what was the rental agreement on that?
I would pay her some rent just for staying there because it was supposed to be a temporary situation.
How long did you stay, how long did you rent from Rita?
From May of 2019 until August 1st of 2019.
Until August 1st, 2019. So until the Thursday before this one.
Yes.
During that time, did you come in contact with Cristina?
Yes, every day.
Tell me about Cristina. How would you describe Cristina?
Christina was obviously disabled, but she was a sweet girl. She was quiet. She kind of watched TV. She played with her toys. She didn't really bother anybody. I mean, you knew she was there, but she was just really quiet.
Tell me, could she walk?
She could not walk.
Could she talk?
She could not talk.
But you could see emotions, I guess, from her.
Oh, yeah, she definitely showed emotions.
Okay. All right. Did you ever take care of Cristina?
There were a couple times where I was asked to watch her for a little bit.
So when you say you were asked, who asked you?
Rita asked me
Okay. Asked you to watch her?
to watch her, yes.
And how many times was that?
By myself, a couple.
Your Honor, this is subject to our prior.
Yes. Yes, proceed.
Thank you. All right, so over the time that you stayed there, you watched her yourself, by yourself a couple of times?
Yes.
And what did you have to do to take care of her?
Since it was just a few hours when I had to do it by myself, it was just basically make sure her diaper was clean, make sure she had Kool-Aid in her cup, and that was pretty much it.
Did she, did Rita Pangalangan ever just leave the child with you without asking you to take care of her?
Yes.
And how did that happen?
So there was an incident where there was a Sunday night in July where she had asked me to watch her for just overnight, and I said that was fine. So, I'm sorry, that was not Sunday, that was a Monday. And she came back the next day because I had told her I had to work. So she did come back home that morning, and she told me she was going to be home all day. And when I was ready to go to work, sorry, I am so sorry. I got my days mixed up. So when I first watched her the first night, that was an agreement. The next day it was she wasn't going anywhere. And then it was I remember her giving her a bath. I remember her getting ready for bed, and she would close her door, and She did the normal routine. And then I went to bed with my kids because I had to work the next day. And next thing I know, the next morning I woke up, Cristina was in her room trying to get out of the room.
So when Christina's in the room, is she locked in the room?
I don't know if the door was locked, but I know she could not open the door.
Is the hands?
Yes.
Did Rita, and let me go now, I'm going to go right up until the August when you left. You ended up leaving the Thursday before this event took
Yes.
place, is that correct?
Yes.
Getting pretty close to that time, did you have a discussion with Rita about you babysitting Cristina and whether or not you were able to do that?
Yes.
Please tell us about that.
So she had come up to me and asked me.
All right, I'm going to stop
Oh,
you. when you
sorry.
say
Oh, sorry. Should I just say her name?
Please.
Okay, sorry. Rita came up to me and had asked me if I could watch her. I had let her know that I had to go into work for a few hours, and she kept asking me over and over. And finally, when the answer didn't change, it was no, obviously, she told me to leave Cristina in my car with the windows down because she does it all the time.
Your Honor, we have no.
Objections overruled.
Thank you, Your Honor. I'm sorry, I think you interrupted you. You said you couldn't because you had to go to work.
Yes.
Pick it up from there.
So when I told her the first time, she kept asking me over and over again. And when she realized that the answer was not going to change from no, she had told me that I could still take her and leave her in my car with the windows down, and because she does it all the time. Because she does it all the time.
She being.
Rita.
You see Rita Pangalangan in the courtroom?
Yes, I do. She's right there.
Your Honor, let the record reflect she's identified the defendant, Rita Pangalangan.
Right there where,
Oh, right over here in the
What
white
is she
shirt.
wearing?
It looks like a blue jacket and a white shirt.
it does.
Thank you, Your Honor. No further questions. Thank you, sir. None, Your Honor.
Phillips.
Thank you, Your Honor. Sonny, Rita kicked you out of the house right before all this happened. Is that right?
It was more of I was moving. I had already had a house set up.
That's your opinion. She kicked you out of the house because you weren't paying rent and you brought bedbugs into her home. Is that fair to say?
No, sir.
And you also moved your boyfriend into the home with his whole family. Y'all had a very toxic relationship, and you were in her home, not paying rent, correct?
I do not agree with that, no.
No further. Nothing else, Your Honor.
Thank you. You may step down.
Thank you.
State calls Kelly Padgett. Call in, Your Honor, the matter of law.
We'll address it later.
Thank you, Your Honor.
You is under testimony about the recording of the trial shall be the truth, so help you God. The sitting witness, state your name again for the record. Spell your last name.
Good morning. My name is Kelly Padgett, Padgett.
Ms. Padgett, who do you work for?
With the Colleton County Sheriff's Office.
All right, so would it be proper to say Deputy Padgett?
Yes, sir.
Deputy Padgett, were you working for the Colleton County Sheriff's Office on or about August the 5th of 2019?
Yes, I was.
And did you have an occasion to come into contact with Rita Pangalangan?
Yes, I did.
And at some point, did you take her to the Colleton County, what's the hospital in here in Walterboro? Is that Colleton Memorial?
Colleton Regional Center, I believe is what it's called.
So did you take her to the hospital?
Yes, I did.
And were you present when blood was collected from Rita Pangalangan?
Yes, I was.
And I'm going to show you what's been marked, 3 photographs that have been marked for identification. They are states 31, 32, and 34. So first I'm going to hand you
states 31 and 32. And if you would look at those two photographs, I realize there's some writing on that bag that you did not do. But do you recognize the vials in those photographs?
Yes, I do.
And what are those vials of?
This would have been the blood that was collected from Miss Pangalangan on the night I took her to the hospital.
And when you got that blood, did you have it in this, I'll call it a plastic bag or a Ziploc appearing bag? Did you have it in that container?
Yes, it was placed in that container by the nurse at the hospital.
And was that done in your presence?
Yes, it was.
And what did you do with that bag?
It was, I transported it back to the sheriff's office, and it was handed over to SLED crime scene unit that I met at the office.
All right. And is that Agent Shank?
Yes, Agent Shank, yes.
While you had the blood in your custody inside the Ziploc bag, did you alter it or change it in any way?
No, not at all.
And was it in the same condition as it was when the nurse took it and handed it to you?
Yes.
I'm now going to hand you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 34 and ask you if you can identify that photograph.
Yes, I can.
And what is that a photograph of?
This is a picture of myself and Miss Pangalangan still at the hospital. I'm holding a form and the Ziploc bag with the vials of blood.
And is that the same vials of blood that appears in States 31 and 32?
Yes, it is.
And is that the same blood that was collected at the hospital here in Walton?
Yes, it was.
At this time, I'd ask that States 31, 32, and 34 be admitted into evidence.
Subject prior to. No objection,
Ma'am, were you there when the blood was drawn?
Yes, sir.
Did you see the blood being drawn?
Yes, sir.
Any further questions? Either side.
No, Your Honor, thank you.
It's admitted over objection.
Thank you, Your Honor. If we could, Dylan, if you would put up States 34 so that the jury can see. And as you described it, and Deputy Padgett, I know it's a silly question, but is that you in uniform?
Yes, sir.
And next to you, is that Ms. Pangalangan?
Yes, it is.
And then that you described earlier, your testimony was that was the bag. And I will now, Mr. Hightower, go to 31. So are those the vials of blood you mentioned earlier?
Yes, sir.
And 32. And those you can actually see the writing that indicates the printed label, whose blood it is, etc.
Yes.
And did you also receive blood from another deputy?
Yes.
And whose blood was that, as far as you know?
Taken from Mr. Larry King.
And what deputy gave that to you?
Brian Varnado.
And what did you do with Larry King's blood you got from Brian Varnado?
It was also handed over to SLED Agent Shank.
And were they the same vials or same type of vials that we have just seen in these other photographs?
Yes, sir.
Court's indulgence, please, Your Honor. I don't have any other questions. Please answer any questions defense counsel has.
I have none, thank you. No questions, Your Honor.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
State calls Brian Varnado. I'm sorry, I apologize, Judge. State calls Spencer Stevens.
So I'll stand for a moment waiting on him. Okay.
Spencer Stevens. Last name is Stevens.
Chairman, I apologize. Court's indulgence, just one moment. Your Honor, I apologize. I didn't pass the other one up. I'll pass up copies. Thank you, sir. Mr. Stevens, where do you work, sir?
Right now I work at Roper St. Francis.
All right. And back in August the 5th of 2019, were you working at Roper St. Francis or somewhere different?
I worked at Colleton Medical Center at that time.
All right, sir. In what position were you working?
I'm a nurse in the emergency department.
On or about August the 5th of 2019, did you draw blood from Larry King?
Yes.
I'm going to hand you what's been marked for identification as states 27 and 28, and ask you if you can identify what's in those photographs, specifically the vials.
They're different vials we use for different lab studies. Some are for coagulation, some are for chemistry, some are for a basic chemistry panel.
And do those have markings on them that allow you to identify them?
Correct. When a patient comes in the emergency department, they're registered either based off of their social or their name and birthday. That generates a sheet of stickers for that individual. And on those stickers at Colleton, we labeled what we called our 3-4, which is our specific identifier and the time we drew the specimen on them.
And does it also have a number on there that indicates who drew it?
Correct. My specific number was MXO7175, and that's my specific identifier for the lab to know that I drew those results.
And whose blood, is that the blood that you drew from Larry King on August the 5th?
Correct.
I'm sorry, August the 5th of 2019.
Yes.
And once you draw the blood, who did you give it to a member of law enforcement?
Yes.
And do you actually put it in the Ziploc bag and seal it, or do they do that, or how does that work, or y'all do that together?
I don't recall how it was done in this instance. Most of the time it's done under their supervision.
Right. And do you put the stoppers in all of the tubes?
So the tubes actually come pre-stopped. Our transfer device has a transfer needle inside of it that the blood goes directly into. We don't have any actual contact with it.
All right. Thank you, sir. Now, once you hand it over to law enforcement, or previous to you, previous to you handing over to law enforcement, did you alter it or change it or do anything to it in any way?
No, sir.
And once you handed it over to law enforcement, did you have anything else to do with it?
No, sir.
All right. I don't have any further questions. Just please answer any questions that defense has.
Questions?
Do you remember the name of the law enforcement officer that you gave this to?
I do not.
Anything further?
Nothing further from the state.
Thank you, Mr. Panel.
Thank you.
Your Honor, I did not ask this, I apologize. I asked that Mr. Stevens be excused unless the defense counsel has an objection.
None, Your Honor.
All witnesses are excused once they step down.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Raise your right hand and left hand to the Bible. Do you affirm the testimony you have to give the court in this trial shall be the truth, so help you God? Take a seat in the witness stand. State your name again for the record. Spell your last name.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Barnado, who do you work for?
Colleton County Sheriff's Office.
Deputy Barnado, did you work for the Colleton County Sheriff's Office on or about August August the 5th of 2019?
Yes.
Deputy Barnado, did you have occasion to meet with Larry King on August the 5th of 2019?
Yes.
And did you take him to the Colleton County Medical Center, the Walterboro Hospital?
I did.
And was that for the purposes of a blood draw?
Yes.
And were you present when blood was drawn from him by Nurse Stevens?
Yes.
I'm going to show you, I apologize. I'm going to show you what's been marked as 27, 28, and 33. If you would, actually first let's just start with 27 and 28. If you could, can you look at those vials? The 28's a little bit close up. Can you identify what's the vials in states 27 and 28 for identification?
Yes, this is the blood vials drawn from Mr. King.
And were you present when those vials were drawn?
Yes, I was.
And did the nurse hand those vials to you?
They did.
While they were in your custody, were they also placed in a plastic bag that's shown there in 27?
Yes.
Did you alter that or change it in any way?
I did not.
What did you do with the blood once you got it?
Once I got it from the hospital staff, I turned it over to, at the time, Detective Kelly Padgett. She was a sergeant detective with the sheriff's office.
And is it your understanding from there it went to Agent Shane?
That's correct.
Now I'm going to show you for identification states 33. Can you identify that photograph for me?
Yes, sir. That's me holding the vials and the paperwork.
And is that, you said the vials, meaning the vials that were drawn from Larry King?
That's correct.
And are all these fair and accurate representations of the vials you got? I realize there's excess writing that was already testified to,
Right.
put there by Agent Shane. Other than the writing and the label, was that accurate and a fair representation of what you were handling?
Yes, sir, it is.
And is this a fair, is stage 33 a fair and accurate representation of you basically holding these bags in the hospital on August the 5th of 2019?
Yes, it is.
And again, did you alter or change anything in any way?
No, I did not.
Your Honor, at this time, I'd ask that states 27, 28, and 33 be moved into evidence.
No objection, Your Honor.
You're admitted.
Thank you, Your Honor. And Mr. Hightower, if you would please go ahead and show 33. That's you holding the vials.
That's me. Yes, sir.
And then let's go 27 and 28. And we've referenced this, and I probably should have asked you this earlier. It says Larry King, and I kind of gestured over that way, but do you see Larry King that blood was drawn from in the courtroom?
Yes, I do. The beard and the white shirt.
I have nothing further. Thank you very much for answering questions to
What's
None,
that?
thank you for coming.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Anything, Mr. Phillips?
Mr. Barnard, you spoke with Mr. King?
Have I spoken with Mr. King? That day, yes.
He said that Rita would never hurt her daughter intentionally.
I'm sorry?
He said that Rita would never intentionally hurt her daughter.
He may have said that. I don't recall him exactly saying that. That's a possibility.
Anything further?
I don't have anything further, Judge.
All right, thank you.
Yes, sir.
You want to now approach? Or maybe
Yes, sir. Well, we'll send you to the jury room for a few minutes. Please not.
Appropriate to move for a mistrial, specifically under the objections that we had under Rule 404B as well as Rule 403. I believe at this point, the prejudice is manifest necessity that this is now denied Rita the right to a fair trial. This case has become about her mothering, all these other things, and not even relevant to the day it occurred. And with that, this is again evidence all about things that happened previously, not even some of them being very remote, in my opinion, and very tangentially related, other than just unduly prejudicial. From that, we believe it would be a manifest necessity based on that to move for a mistrial.
All right. Response.
Yeah, we covered all the issues as far as relevancy. I believe there was relevant testimony in her state of mind and her treatment of her child. I think is very much at issue in this case and was all relevant in testimony.
All right. Deny the motion. So, scheduling wise, we've ordered lunch for the jury, and it's anticipated to be here at 12:45. So we, to the extent we can, we're going to want to go to 12:45 and then break for about an hour.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Thank you.
All right. So we'll take a few and let. Sir, how much time do you need?
No more than 10. I can get it done in 10 minutes.
10 minutes. Yes, sir.
Thank you.
sir.
Say you're ready.
Okay, if you'll bring the jury. He did go get it. He went for the jury. Your next witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. State called Matthew Hogue.
Raise your right hand, left hand on the Bible. Do you affirm the testimony about the recording in the trial shall be the truth, so help you God? You can take a seat in the witness stand. State your name again for the record. Spell your last name.
My name is Matthew Hogue, Hogue.
Agent Hogue, who do you work for?
I work for SLED, South Carolina Law Enforcement Division.
And what do you do for SLED?
Currently, I'm a special agent in the Vice Unit for SLED.
And back in August of 2019, what were you doing for SLED?
I was a forensic technician in SLED's toxicology department.
Sir, I'm going to hand you, we'll do this in two batches. So first I'm going to hand you, these have already been entered into evidence, 29, 30, 31, and 32. I believe it is listed as SLED item number 4. So can you tell me if you recognize the items in those photographs?
Yes, I do recognize them.
And are you the one who took these pictures?
Yes, these pictures of the evidence bags and what was inside of them are pictures I took as part of my duties as a forensic technician.
So did you upon this being logged into SLED, at some point did you open these bags to inventory or take photographs of what was inside the bag?
Yes, that's correct.
you alter them or change them in any way?
No, I did not.
And once you were done with taking these photographs, did you perform yourself as a technician? Did you perform any tests on them?
No, I resealed them and they were stored in our refrigerator until further testing by someone else.
I'm going to ask you the same thing for states 25, 6, 7, and 8. And I believe that is SLED item 6. Yeah, same question. Do you recognize the blood vials in those photographs?
Yes, I do.
And are you the one that took these photographs to document them with SLED evidence?
Yes, I did.
And did you alter them or change them in any way?
No.
And other than to open up the bag and catalog it and reseal it, did you have anything to do with them beyond that?
No, I did not.
And I will also ask you, if you can, as to SLED item 6, can you, by looking at the listing on the vials, can you tell me whose blood sample that is?
The blood vials say Larry Eugene King Jr.
And as to SLED item number 4, I'd ask you the same question.
Rita Marie Pangalangan.
Thank you, sir. I don't have any further questions. Please answer any questions that the defense has.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Ask you to be excused, Your Honor.
Yes.
Brooklyn Gonzalez.
Raise your right hand, left hand up on the Bible. You affirm the testimony about to give the court in this trial shall be the truth, so help you God. Yes. Take a seat on the witness stand. State your name again for the record. Spell your last name.
My name is Brooklyn Molina. My last name is Molina.
And I messed that up and said Brooklyn Gonzalez. I had both names written down. I'm sorry, I couldn't remember one. So your married name now is Brooklyn Molina?
Yes, that's correct.
Agent Molina, who do you work for?
I'm employed by the South Carolina Law Enforcement Division, commonly known as SLED.
And what do you do for SLED?
I am a forensic toxicologist in our toxicology department.
I'm going to hand you a couple sets of photographs that have been testified to and are already in evidence. So I'd like to start with what is referred to as SLED item number 4, which is a collection of 4 photographs, 29, State's Exhibits 29, 30, 31, and 32. If you would look at those and let me know, did you have anything to do with the blood vials of Rita Pangalangan in SLED item 4?
I would have assisted in taking these photos.
You actually assisted, is that Agent Hogue?
Yes, Matthew Hogue.
And there's a yellow sticker, and I think this was testified to earlier. There's a yellow sticker on those. Mr. Hightower, would you bring in 25, please? So this yellow sticker, can you tell me what that yellow sticker signifies?
Yes, that is the unique SLED identification number that was given to this case, and number 6 represents item number 6 that was submitted to us.
So if I could borrow those real quick. Mr. Hightower, would you please bring up 29? So is that what I was just referring to as SLED item number 4?
Yes.
Blood from Rita Pangalangan. And would you tell me about sled item number 6, whose blood that is.
These vials are labeled King, Larry Eugene Jr.
And did you perform any, you said you assisted in taking the pictures, did you do anything else with sled item 4 and sled item 6, the blood vials from the defendants?
Yes, I performed the blood alcohol analysis as well as the preliminary drug screen.
All right, and your blood alcohol analysis, is that like ethanol or?
Yes.
And did you find any ethanol, and we'll just do it one at a time, in sled item 4, which is Rita Pangalangan's blood?
No.
And did you find any ethanol for sled item 6, Mr. King's blood?
No.
You said you did a preliminary, what was the?
A preliminary drug screen.
And let me ask you this. As part of your job at SLED and what you do at SLED, what kind of qualifications and things do you have to have to have the job that you currently have at SLED?
So education-wise, I have a Bachelor of Science in Forensic Chemistry from Ohio University, and I have a Master of Science from the University of Florida in Forensic Toxicology. Education aside, we undergo extensive in-house training for blood volatiles analysis that consists of analyzing 500 previously analyzed samples and comparing those to the known values, as well as completing, we had multiple lectures, each followed by an exam and then a comprehensive exam. We are competency tested, which is an internal test to determine if we are competent in that analysis. And then we are proficiency tested each year by an external vendor in each discipline that we're deemed competent in. For drug screens, my training consisted of assisting in 100 case samples and the operation of the instrument. Again, we were competency tested and are proficiency tested by an external vendor each year with that.
And just, not about this case specifically, but this case and other cases you would do, what is the procedure of that you follow once you do your preliminary tox screen? If it's positive, what would you do with it?
So once a case is positive on our preliminary drug screen, those results all have to be confirmed, so they are then assigned to another analyst in our lab.
And does that let me back up for a second. So you talked about your undergrad degree is in, what is it?
Forensic chemistry.
All right. And how long have you worked for SLED?
I have worked for SLED approximately 5 years.
And you said you talked about some proficiency exams. How often do you have to do those?
Yearly.
So have you passed them every year?
Yes.
Have you ever been qualified as an expert before?
One time.
And what would your expertise be in if I was to ask the court now to have you declared as an expert in? Would it be forensic toxicology?
Correct.
Your Honor, at this time I'd ask that Agent Molina be qualified as an expert in forensic toxicology.
Says the defense.
I think she's an expert, just subject to the prior pre-trial.
She's so qualified.
Thank you, Your Honor. Ma'am, we talked about doing different tests, the fact that you did a preliminary toxicology. So if we could just take them one at a time. As to SLED, and I'm going to get this right, as to SLED item 4, which is the blood of Rita Pangalangan, were you able to run a preliminary toxicology screen on that?
Yes, I completed a preliminary drug screen.
I'm sorry, I used the wrong language. A preliminary drug screen.
Correct.
Did you get a preliminary hit on any drugs?
Yes, that item number screened positive for methamphetamine and amphetamine.
And ladies and gentlemen, once a witness is qualified as an expert witness, they're then allowed to offer opinions in the area of their expertise, subject to the rules of evidence.
Thank you, Your Honor. As to SLED item 6, Agent Molina, were you able to, or did you run a drug screen on that?
Yes, I did.
And that's the blood of Larry King. What results did you get as far as a preliminary result?
Do you have a copy of the report, actually? I just want to make sure I tell you the correct.
Just after reviewing that, see if that was present.
Yes, so I did perform a preliminary drug screen, and that would have been positive again for methamphetamine and amphetamine.
So both had a preliminary result of methamphetamine and amphetamine.
Correct.
And what did you say the procedure was once you do that?
Then that case is assigned to an analyst to confirm those results.
And who would the analyst be in this case?
Lindsay Mitchell.
And other than what you testified to, did you have anything else to do with this case?
No, I did not.
All right, thank you very much, ma'am. I have no further questions for you. Please answer any questions the defense has.
Thank you.
From the defense.
So I think I understand the process. You say you do a preliminary screen. I assume if it's negative, then that substance is discarded. That's the end of the investigation into that substance. Is that right?
For that substance, correct.
And then you said it's positive and it's sent to someone else for a confirmation.
Correct.
Is that right? My question is, when it goes to someone else, is that like a higher echelon of testing? Is that something that's more specific? Or is it someone else who is, if you will, on your same level within SLED, we all just check behind each other?
No, so it would go to confirmatory testing, which is going to go to a class-specific confirmation.
Okay, and would it be fair, it's just a higher level of testing?
Yes.
In a layman's.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ron. Agent Now, in the afternoon, so good afternoon. Based on your training experience, you can't tell when a substance was ingested, right?
No.
And so that preliminary report, it could have happened several days before the blood was actually taken. Is that fair to say?
Well, if it's in the bloodstream currently, it is acting on the individual.
Well, now, as far as your expertise, your training and experience, I want you to go outside the scope of what you have. As far as whether somebody tests positive, they could have ingested it days before and still test positive. That's true.
Yeah.
Because you can't tell from the preliminary report when somebody may have ingested a substance.
Right, just what is currently in the bloodstream.
Thank you. No further questions.
Anything further?
Nothing further. Ask that she be excused.
All right. Now, every witness is excused once they step down. And you're excused.
State calls Lindsay Mitchell.
Raise your right hand. Have your hand on fire. You affirm the testimony about the report shall be the truth, so help you God. The proceeding witness stand. State your name again for the record. Spell your last name.
My name is Lindsay Mitchell, Mitchell.
Agent Mitchell, who do you work for?
I work for the South Carolina Law Enforcement Division.
And did you work for, is that also commonly known as SLED?
Yes.
All right. Did you also work for SLED back in August of 2019?
Yes, I did.
These are already in evidence and have been testified to, but let me just call out, as to SLED lab number 19-14197, items number 4 and 6, did you perform any, well, let me back up for a second. Did you have anything to do with those items or analysis on those items?
Yes, we performed testing on these evidence items.
There was earlier testimony, ma'am, from Ms. Molina dealing with kind of what a preliminary tox screen is. Can you kind of describe the process of what occurs when there is a positive, for lack of a better word, positive hit on a drug screen?
Yeah, if our drug screen results in a preliminary positive, that has to be confirmed by another type of analysis before we can report it.
So let me ask you a little bit about your background. What are you, is forensic toxicologist the right word?
Yes.
So to be a forensic toxicologist, what kind of undergrad degree or training education do you have?
I have a double major bachelor's in forensic science and chemistry from Pace University. I also have a master's in professional studies from the Pennsylvania State University.
And what sort of, and I may have asked you this already, and I apologize if I did, how long have you been with SLED?
For 8 years now.
So did you have any job in forensics or chemical analysis prior to working for SLED?
No.
So you've been there now 8 years.
Yes.
So tell me a little bit about the certification process. What do you have to do, or what types of certifications do you have to go through, or testing to maintain your job as a forensic toxicologist?
We undergo extensive in-house training for blood alcohols and for drugs for analysis and interpretation. We have lectures and hands-on training that we do. We have to previously analyze samples before we can take a competency test, which is supposed to mimic a real-life case sample. We also do oral training, like mock courts and stuff like that, before we're signed off and deemed competent. Since that time, we have the opportunity to do extra training, extra courses that we get to go to, such as the Borkenstein alcohol course, as well as they have a Borkenstein drug course. And we annually do proficiency tests in all of the subjects that we perform analysis in.
And you said annually, so you have to do that every year then?
Yes.
And have you failed any of those proficiency exams?
No.
How many samples do you think, including all these, the testing that you did as well as actual cases, how many analyses, I guess would be the plural of that, how many times have you looked at this kind of stuff?
Probably into the thousands.
Have you ever been declared an expert in the state of South Carolina or in federal court?
Yes, I have.
How many times?
Probably about 4 or 5.
Your Honor, at this time I'd ask that Agent Mitchell be declared an expert in forensic toxicology.
No objection, Your Honor. No objection to qualifications for new prior action regarding toxicology.
She's so qualified.
Thank you, Your Honor. Agent Mitchell, in this case, and obviously I've already referenced the lab number, there was testimony earlier from Agent Molina that a preliminary tox screen was done and it was positive for methamphetamine and amphetamine. Was that sent to you for confirmatory testing?
Yes, it was.
And was that confirmatory testing done?
Yes.
And can you just kind of explain the process of how that works?
So a sample is taken from the evidence. It is run on a GCMS, that's gas chromatograph mass spectrometer. That instrument gives us the ability to separate and identify things that might be in that sample. So in this case, it was run on a specific test for sympathomimetic amines, which is the drug class that includes methamphetamine and amphetamine.
And let me ask this, it was asked earlier, this is like, would you call this a higher level of testing or just a more specific testing?
I guess both. It is more specific, but it also gives us a quantitative value as well as the confirmation of the presence.
And were you able to analyze that information on, and I'm sorry, I didn't forget, but if I try to pronounce it, I'll mess it up. What's the machine that you guys use again?
GCMS is the easier term.
So on the GCMS, were you able to analyze this?
Yes.
All right, so as to SLED item number 4, which is the blood of Rita Pangalangan, were you able to reach a confirmatory analysis?
We did, yes.
And what was that confirmation?
I know that it confirmed for the methamphetamine and the
Did you do a report on that?
Yes.
All right, I'm going to hand you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 15 for identification. Can you identify that?
Yes, this is my report.
And is that your name that appears on the bottom?
Yes.
Of the second page, I believe. All
Yes.
right, and if you will go to the second page, what are your results as to Rita Pangalangan SLED item 4?
We found methamphetamine at a level of 400 nanograms per mil, as well as amphetamine at a level of 160 nanograms per mil.
And is that report an accurate reflection of your results?
Yes.
Other than that I stapled it, has it been altered or changed in any way?
No.
Judge, I'd ask that State's Exhibit 15 be entered into evidence.
Save your defense.
The document itself is a hearsay. It can be referenced and it's now been testified to in the record. And it's subject to the fire pre-trial vote of the document itself.
In response.
Judge, I apologize for you asking.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. It's not a hearsay document. The agent who wrote it is here to testify. If she wasn't here to testify, then it would be a hearsay document.
The document itself is cumulative to the testimony, so the objection sustained.
I'm going to hand you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 14. Is that also the report that, in this case?
Yes.
And what SLED item number is that in reference to?
Item number 6.
And as to SLED item number 6, were you able to reach the same conclusion as to levels?
For levels, methamphetamine was reported at 480 nanograms per mil, and amphetamine at 88 nanograms per mil.
And who is that in reference to, that SLED item number?
Larry Eugene King Jr.
And were those, is that a correct and accurate reflection of your results?
Yes.
Your Honor, report's indulged. So, a couple other questions. There was a question earlier about if that was in the blood. If you see amphetamine and methamphetamine both, can you explain to the jury what a metabolite is?
Sure. So when you consume some type of drug, your body can break it down further into what we will call a metabolite.
All right, and so can you answer the question as to this case? Is amphetamine a metabolite of methamphetamine?
Yeah, so in this case, when someone consumes methamphetamine, it is broken down to amphetamine in the body.
So is that a natural body process? As the body is processing the methamphetamine, it converts some of that into amphetamine?
Yes.
And if someone has these sorts of levels, and if you need this, I can give it back to you, but I think your testimony was in excess of, I think, for Rita Pangalangan, it was 400 nanograms per milliliter of methamphetamine. And for Larry King, it was 480 nanograms per milliliter of methamphetamine. Can you tell me anything about how that would act on the body?
Yeah, so methamphetamine in general, some of the physical side effects you could have are rapid or irregular heartbeat, labored, or not labored breathing, but irregular breathing. You could experience agitation, anxiety, confusion, euphoria. It's different person to person, but those are the general effects that you might see.
And at that level, would you consider that person to be under the influence of methamphetamine?
To some extent, yes.
I don't have any further questions. Please answer your questions if Vince has. No.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Just want to make sure, through the metabolites, as far as you testified, you're not able to tell when the substance was ingested.
Correct.
it could have been ingested up to, specifically with methamphetamine, up to 3 days prior to when the sample was taken, generally.
Yeah, probably, possibly.
And a higher threshold would say 500, right? That would be a greater indicator that it was taken within that 3-day period.
No, I wouldn't necessarily say that just seeing greater than 500 nanograms per milliliter indicates that it was taken.
As far as literature that's out there?
Not that I'm aware of.
But you do agree it could have been ingested up to 3 days prior. There's no way for you to know.
Yes, that would be possible.
Thank you. No further questions.
Anything further?
One question, Judge. Ma'am, is there any question though that the body is still acting on the body at that time?
Yeah, the fact that it is in the blood shows that it was active in the bloodstream and in the body at the time of the test, the time of the blood draw.
Thank you.
In the ping pong, but you don't know how it would affect that person specifically. You're saying it's active in the blood, but you don't know how it's affecting that person in any way, shape, or form. You can't testify to that.
To like what specific effects they might have been feeling at that time? No, not specifically.
Right, because they might have done it 3 days prior.
Correct.
Thank you.
All right, you may sit down. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to break for lunch now. We'll start back at 2:15. Please go to the jury room and please not discuss the case.
Please proceed.
I'm told that due to the impending weather, the court will close at noon tomorrow and not resume until Friday. So that means that we will probably need to work late today and start early tomorrow because the case cannot go into next week. So I'm not sure of the schedule of number of witnesses and all that, but
Well, Your Honor, if I may,
yes.
we have the video, which we anticipate playing. That's going to take roughly 5 to 6 hours. So we can run that for however long you want to this afternoon, and we can finish it up tomorrow one way or the other. So whatever that has. I have one witness before the video, and then I'm going to do the video. So that will be a time that we'll just continuously run until you tell us to stop it.
Yes, sir.
No, I don't have a comment. I mean, if they play the whole video, we stay till 8 o'clock this evening.
All right.
Certainly I'm available if that goes into Saturday. That doesn't create an issue.
All right.
It's done also.
So when the state rests, will the defense be ready to proceed? If that's tomorrow morning?
If it's tomorrow morning?
Yes.
We can certainly do that.
All right. You bring the jury. Yes, sir.
Just to be clear, we won't rest after the video. We still have other witnesses. But
Understand. We'll start at 8 a.m. Go tonight and start at 8 a.m. in the morning. At one time, the judges controlled the schedule of when court was in or court resumed, but now it's been turned over to the local county authorities, which presents a problem from time to time.
I thought we were under the old rule.
Pardon?
I thought we were under the old rule, that if you
No,
say it's
there's-
open, it's open.
Yeah. County closes up, we have to leave.
It's technically right there.
Probably. Time they'll unlock the doors. Jury's back. You may proceed.
State calls Dr. Andrew Grunstein to the stand.
Sure.
Doctor, you'll stay here. She's going to swear you in.
State your name again for the record.
My name is Andrew Grunstein, Grunstein.
Let me get you to pull that microphone a little bit closer to you, Doctor.
Okay.
All right, so Doctor, what are you the doctor of?
I am a doctor of climatology. I study weather and climate.
And what do you currently do? What is your occupation?
I'm a professor at the University of Georgia. I've been there for about 20 years, or over 20 years, and I teach weather and climate there.
All right, and in the context of climatology, what's kind of encompassed in that?
So the field of climatology looks at longer-term weather patterns, And similar to meteorology, which looks at day-to-day weather, but we look at longer-term weather. One of the things that in climatology we're really good at is looking at past weather, so you can dig up old records and reconstruct what past conditions were like.
Can, in the context of studying climatology and teaching actual climatology, does that also affect as far as temperatures, heat index, that type of thing as well?
Yeah, my field is sort of like, medicine. People specialize in things, right? You have dermatology, you have allergists and so forth. In my field, people specialize too, and one of the things I specialize is in how climate affects people and human health, and I especially focus on heat and human health.
I'm sorry, you specialize in what?
In how heat affects people's health.
Okay. In the context of, and you teach that as well?
Correct.
All right. And in the context of studying that and teaching that, have you done research or been published on the effects of heat on people in cars and automobiles?
Yeah, I have multiple research publications on the conditions in a car when it's left out in the sun.
And how did you come about being published in that? Is that something that's published in a national survey? How does that work?
Yeah, these are published in what we call peer-reviewed journals. So the typical scientific journals, they get reviewed by outside experts to make sure that they meet standards of quality and that they're good science.
And in the context of those, how many of those have you done? First of all, how many of these research projects have you done?
Specific to hot cars?
Yes.
I believe 6 or 7.
Okay. And then in the context of writing and publishing on those?
In terms of how many paper, right, so I've got 6 or 7 peer-reviewed scientific journal articles on that.
And have you testified in court concerning heat in cars?
I have not testified in court with heat in cars.
All right. Have you ever qualified as an expert in heat in cars, that type of thing?
No.
Okay. How about from the standpoint of actually not only using these things, but giving evidence as to heat in cars and that type of thing?
I haven't testified in court on heat in cars, but like I said, I publish on this. I believe I'm an expert in understanding how hot cars can get in the circumstances where they occur.
Let me back up and ask you this specifically. In the context of temperature, like outdoor temperature, first of all, what is that called? I just say, I say it's hot outside. I don't know what that means. So what are we talking about from outdoor temperature?
Sure. We usually refer to that as the ambient air temperature.
Okay. And then from ambient air temperature, what else goes into the factor of heat and how that affects the body?
Right. So there's, when it's hot outside, right, it's hot and it's in the 90s. But other factors can influence how you feel and your heat stress. Humidity plays a very big role. Those of us who live in the South know that humidity can make it feel hotter. And I can explain the reasons for that if that's helpful.
Yeah, go ahead.
Sure. One of the reasons it makes us feel so hot is because it makes it harder for sweat to evaporate, and sweat's part of our personal air conditioning system. So when that doesn't work so well, we feel more heat stress. So temperature, humidity, sunlight can also increase your heat stress if you're out in the sun.
Now, when I see the news and the weather report, they're always talking about the heat index, and I now get that. In fact, I get that on my phone from a weather source. Where does the heat index come from?
Right. The heat index tries to account for the fact that it's not just air temperature, other factors can affect heat stress. And so what it combines is air temperature and humidity values.
Now, how does that relate to a car, an automobile, and specifically a person inside of a car or an automobile?
Right. So inside a car has a very different environment than outside of the car, and I think we'll talk about that a little bit later. But you could also combine the role of humidity in the car to show the combined heat stress from both the temperature and the humidity.
And so is there a totally different temperature that you deal with inside a closed cabin?
He's not been offered as an expert at this point.
And I'm just establishing that background.
No, he's eliciting opinions. He's not exploring his background or his CV.
The question is there a difference between the heat in the car and the heat out the car? Is that in effect the question?
Yes, sir.
That's not an expert opinion.
No, sir.
I overrule the objection.
All right, so heat inside the car, that's different there. You got ambient temperatures, you testified as outside temperature, is that correct?
Correct. So ambient is outside the car. Inside the car, we sometimes call it the cabin temperature.
And you have done studies on this as well?
Yes.
And you've been published on peer review articles on this as well.
Yes.
And have you worked with other people when you published and when you researched?
Yes, I've worked with other experts in this area too.
And they also are experts in this field?
Yes.
And your specific expertise from the standpoint of testifying is climatology as it relates to the effect of weather on people?
Correct.
Just, Your Honor, he has not been qualified. I'm about to ask the question, Your Honor. At this time, I'd offer him as an expert in climatology and specifically in the effects of heat on people.
What says the defense? You wish to voir dire the witness? Do you object? Says
No,
the
I don't
defense.
object. No, I don't think voir dire the witness.
All right. Yes, sir.
I'll have cross questions at the appropriate time.
Do you object to him being qualified as an expert?
I'll be quick. You said you've never testified in court before?
I have testified in court, just not specifically about vehicle hyperthermia, hot temperatures in a car. I have testified though.
But you've never been qualified as an expert?
I have been qualified as an expert in weather and climate, but specifically as an expert in car heating in a court, no.
All right, well, I guess let's drill down on that. So you've been qualified as expert in climate. Tell me what that means.
Sure. In the cases that I've testified in court, I was dealing with heat as it affected human health. The people had suffered from heat stress. So that was the capacity I was qualified in.
So this is the first case that you'd be trying to get qualified as it relates to a vehicle.
Hyperthermia in a vehicle, but I have testified other times about how heat affected other people, but not in a car.
But never in a car.
Yes.
And your specific training and experience goes directly to how people are affected in a car?
My research has specifically looked at heating in a car and how it could potentially affect people's health.
Okay, so you do have that background.
Correct.
It's not just purely weather and climate.
No, I have an expertise in, I've been studying it. I've published in vehicles and how the temperature changes in a vehicle.
No objection as far as qualification.
He's so qualified.
Your Honor, I handed you a copy of all except this one, which I will use in a few moments. Let me show you, Doctor, if I could, and I'll get you to come down in just a second.
Sure.
Let me go ahead and cover this right now. State's Exhibit 16 and State's Exhibit 17. Would these aid in your testimony today in explaining your findings in this courtroom?
Yes.
And in fact, I think the bottom of State's Exhibit 16 has already been entered into evidence. What is the top of State's Exhibit 16?
This is an illustration of how cars can get so hot, how the cabin can get so hot in a car.
This is actually part of your report.
Correct.
And then these two charts here, these are charts that you created.
Yes, I created them.
And that's State's Exhibit 17.
Yes.
Okay, this time, Your Honor, I move into State's Exhibit 16 and State's Exhibit 17.
Says the defense.
No objection, Your Honor. No objection.
They're admitted.
Now, this one, Doctor, I'm going to ask you to identify, but I'm going to get you to mark on this, so I don't want to introduce this quite yet, Your Honor, but I would like to use it, at least initially, as demonstrative before we put it into evidence. This is State's Exhibit number 19, I believe. Can you tell me what this is?
Sure. It's a chart that helps us calculate the heat index.
Okay. So this is, it's got at the very top dew point, and we'll cover that in a few minutes. What else?
It has air temperature and dew point to measure humidity, and those combine to create the heat index.
Okay, which is what you put in the report.
Yes.
Correct. And would this chart help you in your explanation of your testimony?
It will.
Your Honor, I'd like to be able to use this right now as a demonstrative. I'm going to ask you to mark on it, and so after that, I would offer it into evidence.
Okay.
All right, Doctor, if I could, and I know that I'm going to put up State's Exhibit 16.
Can you see that?
No, should I relocate to visualize that?
Yeah, if you mind, can he come off the stand as long as he keeps his voice up?
Yes.
Okay.
All right, if you will, explain, first of all, the very bottom of that is a photograph of the car in question. It's already been put into evidence. Explain it to the jury what the top is supposed to signify.
Sure. This is an illustration of how cars get so hot. I think all of us who have lived, especially in the South, and leave our cars outside, know that when you get in there, it's often a lot hotter than outside. And this is why. Cars operate kind of like a greenhouse. You know those structures with the glass panels that allow you to grow things in the winter when it's cold? Well, cars operate the same way. The yellow arrows here are the sunlight coming in through the windows of the car. They heat up the inside of the car, and when that heat's produced, if the windows are closed, it can't go anywhere, and it builds up, and you end up with cabin temperatures, the inside temperature in the car, much hotter at times than outside the car, the ambient air temperature.
Now, on this particular car, this is, what type of car is this actually?
Well, this looks like a gray four-door sedan.
Okay. And this is what you use for display. Similar, I guess, to the car at the bottom. What about the sunroof? Is that affected one way or the other?
If the sunroof was open completely and had ventilation, that could change things. But if it was closed and that air couldn't get out, then the heat would continue to build up in there.
And so on the one at the very bottom of this exhibit, where it shows where you can see the sunroof, can you tell if that's open or closed?
It looks like it's propped open a little bit, but I was told that there's a fabric covering that had closed it that would impede air movement through the car.
So that's not going to really let sun in or let heat out. So
Right.
Okay, that's basically the same thing as the top.
Correct.
Okay. Now, let me ask you this. On State's Exhibit 17, which I believe you also used, if you could walk us through that. The top of this, I'm assuming, is something you charted separately from this?
Yes. This is a figure from one of my scientific publications, and I had parked a car in Georgia, so similar in the southeast, and I put a thermometer in the car, and I wanted to measure what the air temperature was like. So let me walk you through all these different lines on here. I should also mention it's on the Celsius scale. When I publish in some of these journals, people outside the United States use Celsius, so they ask us to plot it in Celsius. So the numbers may look a little different than the bottom chart. But I plotted it up here. We have the time on this axis. I have it in military time here, 24-hour time. The black line here is the cabin temperature, so that's the temperature inside the car. The dotted line here is the ambient air temperature. That's the temperature outside the car. So this car was a gray sedan parked out in the sun. It was in June. And you can see at the start in the morning, the temperatures are pretty similar inside and outside the car. And I've got the sun up here. And as the sunlight started coming into the car, you could see the air temperature in the car rapidly increasing while the temperature outside goes up, but not as much.
Let me back you up just a little bit, because I'm not very good at military time. Let me get you to the very bottom. When it starts, that sort of a flat line where it looks like it's pretty much even with the ambient output temperature. What time is that?
So we're looking at the morning here. So when they're about to say, 10, 10:30, 11 in the morning.
Okay. So right at what time does it start jumping?
About 11 o'clock, you start seeing that big jump in the cabin temperature.
Okay, go ahead. I'm sorry to interrupt you.
Oh, sure. So it ends up getting up to a temperature of 165 degrees. The outside temperature is still pretty hot. It gets up to 95. But you get this very big difference, and that is that greenhouse warming. That's that warming from that air getting trapped in the car and heated by the sun. That's the difference between inside the car and outside the car.
Now, how does that affect, and you talked earlier about on the effect of health, how does that affect people inside?
Right. So inside the car can be really dangerous because it can get really hot. In this case, it was 165 degrees. But other cars can get hot. That directs a lot of heat towards your body. And the other thing that can happen is that inside the car, you don't get a lot of air movement. And that air whisks heat and evaporates sweat. Right? That's your your personal air conditioning system. And when that doesn't work well, you gain a lot of heat, but you can't get rid of it. And your body temperature can rise. And if it rises enough, you could have health problems or even death.
All right. Now, in this case, did you also study a recreation?
A recreation of a person?
No, a recreation of the actual.
The second chart here.
Yeah.
Yes. So the bottom chart is a recreation of the scenario we're all here for. And this was, this is what the test cabin temperature is. This black line here is the temperature inside the vehicle on this test day. The dotted line is the temperature at a nearby weather station. And you can see that just like in the top chart here, as the sun enters the car, the temperature rapidly rises, and it peaks out about 130 degrees. The outside temperature stays in the low 90s. So again, you have that big difference between what's inside the car and what's outside the car. Very similar to what I have up here.
Now, the ambient air temperature, where exactly did you get that temperature?
Right, so this ambient air temperature down here I got from a nearby weather station in Walterboro near the airport.
Okay, so that's pretty close.
Yes.
And that is what you charted at the bottom. Now, the difference between the test was done, I think, a few days later, 20 days later, something like that. It was actually hotter on the test day, but the humidity was lower. Is that correct?
Well, right. So that they tried to replicate as much as possible the same car, same location. They opened and closed the doors at the same time. What they couldn't control was the weather, and that's kind of why they brought me in to help explain things and adjust things so I can identify what the temperatures were like on the 5th. The day that they did the test, it was a few degrees hotter, and it was also clear. And car heating is related to both air temperature and the amount of sun that builds up, into the car. So what I did was I adjusted for that. I accounted for the weather conditions with an equation I have. And what I determined was that the cabin temperature wasn't 130, but because it was a little less sunny, a little bit cooler, it got up to 118 degrees.
All right, and so let me now talk, and I want to talk specifically about the day that Cristina died, August the 5th. And let's leave. So your calculations now, in your testimony now, what I'd like to direct you to is the testimony specifically as to that car and the outside temperatures and the cabin temperatures and things during that time frame. Did you review the video in this case?
I did.
And you reviewed the timing. I think you also reviewed that in comparison with the other as well, correct?
Correct.
Tell me about August the 5th. What can you tell us about the ambient temperature outside? What can you tell us about the cabin temperature? And the cabin temperature is inside the car, is that correct?
Sure. Right. So 118 is my determination for the maximum temperature that was in the car on that day. On that day, the weather conditions, kind of range from, 80s in the morning up to, low 90, around 90 or so in the afternoon. It was also humid. We talked about that. It had a dew point of 74.
All right, tell me this. Let me stop you. You say dew point. I think humidity. What's the difference?
Yeah, it is a measure of humidity. So the two measures you see, probably what you see the most is the relative humidity. People in my field actually use the dew point more because it's a more direct measure of moisture. It's just like air temperature. The higher that number goes, the more water in the air and the more humid it feels.
Okay, so go ahead.
So the dew point was at approximately 74.
Okay. So what can you tell us about the temperature? First of all, from the beginning, and let's start at about 11 o'clock in the morning to, say, 5 o'clock that afternoon, what can you tell me about the outside, the air temperature, the ambient air temperature?
Right, so this bottom line is the ambient air temperature, and you can see
that's the dotted line?
The dotted line, yeah, the dashed line here is the ambient temperature that was outside the car, okay, and from that weather station. And you can see that it was in the 80s, and, at the end here, it got up to a little bit over 90.
What can you tell us about the dew point during that time?
The dew point was approximately 74 in the afternoon.
Okay. All right, and then how does that explain to you the two red dots that you've got there?
Gotcha. Okay, so the bottom red dot here is my determination for what the highest cabin temperature, the temperature inside the car was, so 118. Now, we had talked about how humidity and heat index can influence heat stress. So for a given air temperature, if it's more humid, it feels more stressful outside. So when I accounted for the 118 plus the fact that the dew point was about 74, The heat index in the car, my determination was 135 degrees.
I'm now going to hand you State Exhibit 18. This is, I believe, first of all, where does this chart come from?
This chart comes from the National Weather Service.
This is their official publication?
Yes.
Excuse me, just a moment. I want to ask you about some specific times. Now, I recognize that my questions here, this is actually going to be outside the park, correct? This is what I'm going to ask you. If I'm asking you temperature and on a specific time and dew point, you can basically just tell me outside the park.
Correct. So this would be how it feels if you're standing outside the car.
All right. Let me call your attention first to 11:07. I believe, let me back up. I've got times as 11:07 and all of them in 07. Why is that?
Yeah, it seems odd. Why wouldn't it be at exactly 11? The reason that happens is all these stations around the country transmit their data, and I was told that they don't want to transmit all at once. It can cause problems, so they stagger the observation times, so you get these odd times like 11:07 and so forth.
Okay. All right, so at 11:07 a.m., and I'm going to write up here 8:05. Make sure we're talking about the date of the incident. And let me go at 11:07. That's when you've got an actual time, correct?
Yes.
All right. So I'll give you this because
Okay.
you're probably better at that than I am.
And I have these values marked on my report, so I'll write that.
Okay. So what can you tell us at 11:07 in around Walterboro on this day?
Okay. So on this axis, just to explain things, on the vertical axis you have temperature, on the horizontal axis you have dew point, and all these values in this very crowded looking chart are the heat index values. So I'm going to identify 82, and then the dew point was 75.59. So it was somewhere between 89, I'm going to circle these two, it was somewhere between 89 and 91.
Okay, and that is 11:07?
Correct.
See if you can write somewhere on there, just point that to 11:07.
Okay. So, let's let me correct that. So we do have 76 on here. Hang on for a sec. I sketched this over 78 and not 76. Let me correct that. So it's 75.59. So it'd probably be closest to this one, that 89.
89 degrees?
Yes.
So at 11:07, the heat index is 89.
Yes.
Okay. 12:07.
Okay. 12:07, it got up to 84 degrees. And the dew point was 74.42, so I'm going to round that to 74. And that would be about 91.
Okay. 1:07.
107 is 87.
Again, that's the ambient air temperature.
That's the outside air temperature. And the dew point was 74. And it's actually, this chart goes from 86 to 87, so somewhere between 94 and 97.
Okay.
So somewhere between 94 to 97, somewhere in the middle there.
And 3:07.
3:07, it was 90 degrees, and the dew point was 73. Okay, so that would be sort of between these two.
And what are those two numbers?
And so 98 and 100. So somewhere between 98 and 100.
And two more, 4:07.
4:07, it was 91, it was 73 dew point. So that'd be somewhere. This is getting tricky for me. I'm in between all these values here.
Between the numbers.
Yeah, so it would, let's see here, so 90 and 73 would be between 98 and 100. Wait, let me make sure I got this right. So between 98 and 100.
And then 507.
Okay, and at 507 it was 90 with also a 73 dew point, so that would also give us that 98 to 100.
And these numbers that you've written out, those are, again, that's heat index outside of the car.
Correct, those are heat index values outside the car.
The three numbers that are highlighted, the 118, 74, and 135, what are those?
So these are my calculations for what the heat index inside the car would be. So at the highest point.
And I'm assuming taking all this other information into account.
Correct. So my determination is the highest temperature in the car was 118. And the dew point in the afternoon when that happened was 74. And you can see that the heat index in the car would be 135.
Go ahead and take the solution. I don't have any further questions, Your Honor. Please answer any questions the defense has. Thank you, Doctor.
Interesting, but I don't have any questions for you. Thank you.
I'll agree, Your Honor.
Just wanted to make something clear. Nobody disputes it was really hot in the car. Your numbers are all based on the assumption that the air conditioner never ran in the car. Is that fair to say?
Correct. I assume the air conditioning was not running.
All right.
And I can tell you why I made that assumption.
Well, so what I'll say is this. If a air conditioner runs to a certain point to where it overheats and the compressor cuts off and air circulates within the car, that would affect the heat index and all the numbers, right?
It wouldn't affect the heat index because it doesn't.
I'm sorry, not the heat index, the max temperature in the car.
It would depend if it was like blowing hot air in the car. That could actually potentially make things worse. But it would, there would be some air movement in there, but it would be so hot in there that even with a little bit of air movement, I don't know if it would change things a lot.
So it potentially, so if the air conditioner's running to a point where it overheats and it cuts off, where the compressor cuts off and it starts to blow hot air, it can make it worse?
Well, if you're blowing hot air into the car, right, and you already have hot air, you're just exacerbating the problem.
Okay. No further questions, John.
Just want to let you answer your question. He had asked earlier whether or not you assumed air conditioning was not on. Why was that?
Right. The way that I look at heat stress and body temperature, right, is that I look in terms of energy gains and energy losses. And if you gain more energy than you lose, your body temperature goes up. So I don't really see a way that Cristina could have the medical examiner reported about 110 body temperature. I don't know how that could happen without being in a hot environment.
Scope of expert testimony.
Objections overruled.
Thank you. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
So from the
internal temperature at 110, 109.7. What could you tell us? I'm sorry.
Right. So from the way that I look at things in terms of energy, I don't know how your body temperature could get up to that point without gaining much more energy than your body could lose.
And so the gaining and the losing of energy, in layman's terms, what does that mean?
So what that means is you have that 118 degrees, right, that directs a lot of heat towards your body. And inside the car, it's hard to get rid of that heat because what we talked about earlier, that if there's not a lot of air movement, sweat can't evaporate, heat can't get whisked from your skin. So your personal air conditioner, your body's air conditioner isn't working well. You can't get rid of that heat. As you gain more heat than you lose, your body temperature will go up.
Young? Nothing else? Yeah. Question this witness, sir?
Yes, sir.
On the day in question where your test was run, whatever it was, August the 9th through the 12th, if you can answer this, if the test started around 11 o'clock, is that right?
I think that's about right.
something like that, and that's not the important point. And then the temperatures were monitored throughout the day or across the afternoon as temperatures rose, both outside and within the car. Is that correct?
Right, temperatures are measured in the vehicle.
So across the day, or across as you measure temperatures going up or maybe eventually down, is that right?
That chart isn't up there anymore. Right, the temperature in the car, you can see how it increased throughout the day.
My question is, that's what you were measuring, right?
The temperature inside the car, yes.
Right. Now, if, hypothetically speaking, you had parts of that car where you did, set it there, turn the air conditioner on, sitting in the sun, measured the temperature, and then after an hour or so, the air conditioner shut off or froze up. But you continued to monitor the temperature. It probably would have reached close to the same temperature in the afternoon, approximately anyway, would it not?
And I've seen other studies. So if the air conditioner running, the air temperature would be lower if it was functioning, right? And we've all been in air-conditioned cars, they're comfortable. If it was functioning, you would have a lower temperature, and then the temperature would go up.
Right. Once the AC shut off, the temperature would continue to rise, and it would rise pretty dramatically.
I've seen studies where they've, cars, especially during the peak time of the day, could heat up to almost the maximum temperature within an hour or two.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Real brief. And you said that it could be worse if the air conditioning stopped and started blowing the hot air. That would spike the temperature, correct?
It depends what the temperature in the car was already, but if it was drawing in air, that was, in the, off the engine and it was hot, that could add heat stress to you.
Yeah, I'm not asking you to speculate or anything like that, but just saying in that scenario, again, given facts, that if that scenario was there, then the temperature in the car would rise significantly at that point.
So I don't know exactly, because it would really depend on what the temperature blowing out is, so I can't say exactly. But if the air conditioner malfunctioned and it was blowing hot air in there, it certainly would be cooling the vehicle.
Right, and there's no way to recreate that without actually having data. Is that fair to say? From the car?
I couldn't give you an exact number without replicating that.
That's right, because your numbers are all based off a weather station. You're having to make just an educated guess of what it could potentially be. Again, like you said, based on the fact is if it started from no air condition versus if the air condition froze up, correct?
Well, I wasn't making just an educated guess. I was using scientific approaches.
Sure.
Correct it to something that I think is a very conservative value that's not too high or too low for what's going on.
And we're in dispute. It was hot in that car, so that's not the issue. We know that's the way she died. Just trying to say, as far as the way the car could have heated up, would have been different than the way it's presented on that chart. Is that fair to say?
If hot air was blowing through the AC unit, I don't know because I didn't collect the data there. It was collected without that air conditioner blowing hot air.
Thank you.
You may step down.
Get on state calls Jason Chapman.
Good afternoon. My name is Captain Jason Walker Chapman, last name Chapman.
And what is your rank? I see the stripes on your sleeve, but I apologize, I don't know.
Captain.
Captain?
Yes, sir.
All right, so Captain Chapman, you work with the Collinsville County Sheriff's Office?
I do, sir.
And how long have you been with the Sheriff's Office?
I've been with the Sheriff's Office since January 1 of 2013 and law enforcement 26 years total.
And what is your job with the Pangalangan County Sheriff's Office?
I am currently the Special Operations Division Commander, so I oversee tactical operations, all of criminal investigations, evidence storage, processing, things along those lines.
On August the 5th, 2019, did you work the case involving the death of Cristina Pangalangan?
I did, sir.
And generally, as an investigator, you went to the house, you saw the crime scene, that type of thing. Is that correct?
I did, sir.
Let me first show you, if I may, Your Honor, State's Exhibit 20, 21, and 22. Just ask you, are these fair and accurate depictions of the scene as you saw them that day, the crime scene?
They are, sir.
At this time, Your Honor, we introduce State's Exhibit 20, 21, and 22. None, Your Honor. Objection.
Admitted.
Okay. So let me first go to the monitor, if I could, on State's Exhibit 20. What is that?
That is, you're looking at the front of the residence where the incident occurred. That is the exterior camera to the Night Owl video system that was installed by the homeowner.
And then go to State's Exhibit 21. That's a close-up, I'm assuming the same thing?
It is.
Where were cameras located on this house? And I think we've got a crime scene sketch of this house that we have put into evidence as State's Exhibit 8. Where were cameras located in this residence?
And they were located 4 different cameras. You had one in the front, the one that we see in Exhibit 20 and 21. That camera was facing the driveway towards US 21 or Low Country Highway. You had one camera on the right side of the residence, one camera on the left side of the residence, and one camera in the very back that filmed the backyard.
All right, so this obviously just shows the front of the residence, but where were the cameras just using State's Exhibit?
So if we're looking at this angle here, this front camera was coming towards the vehicle and overshot that whole area towards US 21.
And then the other 3?
There would have been this side, the far side, and in the back, facing the shed.
And then let's go to State's Exhibit 22. And what is this?
This was the master bedroom inside the residence and the video monitor where the DVR was connected that showed the 4 cameras.
The 4 cameras that you just described?
That's correct, sir.
Now, there was I want to make sure I get this right, video camera, so a recorder system
Yes, sir.
involved in that?
Yes,
Tell me
sir.
about that.
It was a Night Owl camera system, pretty normal. Night Owl's like the most popular wired camera system in the nation. It was an 8-channel recorder, but it only had 4 cameras active on it, the 4 that we discussed prior. And it was in the cabinet below the television monitor. These are hardwired cameras. They're not wireless, so the wires ran to the back of the DVR. And you had one cable that ran from the DVR to the monitor. So you could live view on the monitor, but the DVR itself also recorded what the cameras captured.
Now, have you reviewed the recording from these cameras from this house?
I have, sir.
And tell me, how much of that have you reviewed?
As far as the incident date, I've reviewed the whole 24 hours. It started at midnight 01 on August 5th, 2019, and I ran until the camera was disconnected by law enforcement when it was seized from the residence, and I believe that was 9:30, 10 o'clock that evening.
Well, did you also review the back cameras as well?
I did, yes, sir.
And did you do anything to check and see if this was this recording was contemporaneous? In other words, could you tell by events that you knew or that you saw, could you match them up with the video that you're watching?
Yes, sir. The only variance was a small difference in time, which is to be expected. Your time versus my time versus the clock at dispatch. I want to say it was around 7-minute difference, but we could easily match up things that we knew to be true and accurate. For example, the arrival of Agent Hallie Godley that arrived, the first unit on scene.
All right, let me stop you there.
Sure.
I think we have to get evidence on that. Okay, State's Exhibit, put it up, what do you got? Nice job. State's Exhibit 5. Is that what you're talking about when you're talking about when Agent Godwin came up to the scene?
That's correct, sir.
Okay, and so you can see this from the video, but at the same time, in fact,
That's correct.
State's Exhibit 5 is actually from this video, is it not?
That's correct. It's a still image taken from the video.
So that's a way for you to be able to tell what's happening in real time and that matches up with the video, is that correct?
That's correct.
What about the 911 call? Did you do the same thing with that?
We did, and just to further validate that the video we were looking at was from that particular day, in the picture in Exhibit 5 there, you can see Larry King on the telephone with 911. We can, obviously we have that recording and we can hear the discussion that he's having back and forth with the telecommunications officer, and Agent Godley arrives on scene and you can hear his interaction with Agent Godley over the telephone to 911. And so again, when you match all of those up, it's just telling us that the video was an accurate representation of what was going on that day.
Let me show you what's been marked State's Exhibit 40. Could you tell me what this is?
Yes, sir, it's a flash drive.
Do you know what specifically the flash drive is of?
The flash drive.
I know it's got some writings on the back.
Yep, that's my signature. I previously reviewed the video to ensure the flash drive shows the incident date, the camera footage from that incident date.
At this time, Your Honor, we move State's Exhibit 40 into evidence.
No objection. Submitted.
Now, let me ask you this. With State's Exhibit 40, did you also review the demonstrative that shows both the front camera and the back camera went out?
I did, sir.
And is that accurate as to State's Exhibit 40?
It is. It's simply taking the image that you see here, which was the front-mounted camera that covers the front yard, and at some point in time, splitting the screen and showing the rear camera at the same rate, at the same time, on the same date, just so that you get a bird's eye view of front yard and backyard at the same time.
Right. Let me ask you one other thing, too. Could you tell if this was a motion-activated camera or if this was a continuing run camera?
So it is motion-activated. Close review of the DVR shows that it was still set to the default standard. When you buy a Night Owl system, it's automatically defaulted to motion-activated. You have to actually cut that off. But in this case, the DVR was set motion-activated on all 4 cameras with a 15-second pre-record and 30-second post-record per incident.
So this is recording pretty much in real time to everything except for when there's absolutely no motion whatsoever. Is that correct?
That's correct. It runs the whole time, but the only time we'll see video is when it is activated by motion, and you'll get that pre-stamp and post-stamp, and then if there's nothing else going on, it will actually stop. And that's why on occasion you'll see a 30-second jump or a 10-second jump in the time. It's because there was no video to record at that time because there was no event.
Now, you reviewed this and you just testified, I think, from 12 o'clock from the night before until this time. Is that correct?
From midnight on the 5th all the way up until the time that we took the video system down and cut the video off.
And was the video car during this time?
Yes.
And when was there any motion around that car? Excuse me, let me back up. When was the first time there was motion around that car?
Other than an occasional dog or cat in the early morning hours, the first activity was around 11:16, I think it was, 11:16 according to the camera time, and that was Rita and Larry exiting the residence with Cristina and walking to the car.
And that is in the morning?
That is in the morning, 11:16 a.m. according to the timestamp on the camera.
Okay. But prior to that, there was no movement around that car?
Prior to that, the only thing, like I say, there's a dog sets it off, a cat sets it off, vehicles going up and down US 21 set it off. But as far as anything approaching or interacting or opening or tampering with the motor vehicle, no, sir.
And I'm assuming when the videotape, you can see that.
You can, sir.
Your Honor, this time we would introduce, and in fact, what we're going to do is we have the full video. Again, as he has described, there's a section in it when the back becomes relevant as well, and we have superimposed that. Other than that, it's accurate to the what's the state's Exhibit 40. And so at this time, we would like to publish this to the jury.
It's in evidence. You can publish it, but as you cue that up, we're going to take a break and give you all about 5 to 10 minutes. Because when you come back, it's going to run for a while, so we'll give you a break before you start. So please go to the jury room. Please do not discuss the case.
No, I've watched this tape. It's more than indulgent. I'm going to pull a chair around here. It runs.